That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, folks, to a Friday stream. Welcome to the first Friday of February. It is Friday, February 5th, and I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to the awesomeness known as... Why is my microphone... It looks a little better. The awesomeness known as Inkle's Sorcery 3. I am very excited to have everyone on board. I hope you folks are looking forward to this game, which I have had a ton of fun playing, and I'm glad for us to get back into it. Hey, Marworks, what's up? Sorry, Mar044. I'm probably going to do that automatically, Marworks. For a while, I'm going to see you and just say Marworks, and I apologize up in advance. It's Mar044. But anyway, so yes, I am excited to be getting back to this game tonight. And before we get into that game, I do want to remind everybody about ways to support us here in the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us in the channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out our YouTube channel with !ArvTube, which has past broadcasts of the stream. We're trying to get the numbers on that up as far as we can. I really am trying to get that up to 1,000 subscribers is the goal. We have about 774 or 775, something like that right now. Trying to get that number higher because if I can get the channel to 1,000 subscribers, then I can monetize it, which will be useful if I ever come to the situation where we have to leave Twitch to stream elsewhere. That is not my plan. I'm happy with Twitch and all that. But it certainly is possible that, things could happen in the year of our Lord 2021, post-coronavirus, etc. So it's quite possible these things could happen. So that's why I just want to make sure that we have a backup plan in case. So it is free to you to do that, but it definitely helps me out. So please consider doing that if you possibly can. Also... if you haven't already done so, please consider checking out the Discord, !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. The Discord has now officially been updated. I think the stream bot, although I haven't checked it today, actually I should probably do that right now. I want to go double check and make sure that the Discord is actually, that the Discord bot fired and did all the stuff that it was supposed to do. So bear with me. Hold on one sec. Oh, wait a minute. Well, hold on a second. Yeah, I forgot that I changed the Discord code. All right, wait a second. Bear with me, chat. Hold on. Bear with me. Hold on. Let's just make sure I'm not messing anything up. I want to make sure that I do this properly. There we go. Hold on just a moment. I had a bunch of, there was a Google security breach. And so I don't know how many people heard about that. But I don't even know if it was Google or just Google found out about it. But anyway, there was a data breach, which meant that there were passwords that were vulnerable. So I got to go through and do all of that, which I will fully admit to not being super happy that I had to do that for a bunch of things. But the good news was it meant that I could update my LastPass, my password manager, with all of it. So that was good. My password is 100% not invalid. What are you talking about? That is not true. Oh, that's why. Because I'm using... That's my bad. Okay, and then I get to fill this out, and then they get to do this stupid verify thing. All right, now is that there? Is that there? Good. Okay, good. That's wonderful. Now we get the two-factor identification. Now we get the backup code. Okay, so now I can type that in. I'm sure this is all incredibly compelling to all of you. Hey, I finally get to log into my freaking app, which is what I wanted to do in the first place. Okay, so let me just make sure that this actually did fire properly. It did. Okay, cool. So it did fire. Good. That is good to know. So it looks like that StreamCord thing is working well. So the Discord is working, and that's great. And so okay, good. Lovely. I was just making sure this all worked because I'm not good at remembering stuff. Well, yeah, that was the thing. A bunch of them were just like, and this is, clear, and this is clear, and this is not, this is not clear. And it was all stuff that was like, it could be vulnerable. It was frankly a lot of my older passwords, because in the old days, I basically used to use a couple of variations like you did, Rock God, and then, then I realized I can't, that's not smart long-term for me to do something like that. I got to use a password manager. Also, it meant that Dragonspear stopped yelling at me, so that was good. And so now I have a LastPass, which means that I'm able to manage everything through that password manager. So as passwords expire, I'm basically just generating these secure passwords, which I will never have a hope of remembering under any context, but the LastPass certainly will, and there's multiple backups of that in different ways. So yeah, but that was one of those things where I was just kind of like, I don't remember this at all. Actually, I don't recall. So yeah. Anyway, we got that fixed and working. So Discord is great. Exclamation point ARV for that, and Twitter, exclamation point ARV tweets, where I will always try to tweet when I'm going live. I posted a scheduled tweet earlier today, a couple hours ago, which went up at I think it was 7 o'clock or something like that. So that is a place where I talk about that and a bunch of other things, politics and family and writing and music and streaming and gaming and teaching and all that kind of stuff. So so that was the deal with that. Website for all of this is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, exclamation point ARV shop is the merchandise area. You can get D&D with Infinity and Beyond stuff there. You can get Adventures of Middle-earth stuff there, and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff as well. Also, exclamation point ARV Cord, sorry, not ARV Cord, ARV Treon, I beg your pardon, is the Patreon. We are floating back up to, we're at $2.33 per month, so we are floating back up to the numbers that I'm looking for. We're getting higher in that number, which is great. I hope that will continue. Again, support of the Patreon means that you are supporting what we do here on the channel. It also means you can get good stuff for yourself individually and good stuff for the channel as a whole. And so please consider jumping on board there. You can get inspirations to help the players. Anyone who was here on Tuesday will know that the players definitely needed it. A lot of people were throwing out inspirations because the party, the crew had a bit of a problem with a bunch of bandits, and so the AIME crew desperately needed the help that they got from chat, which was definitely on point on Tuesday. We had a lot of gift subs on Tuesday as well, so Tuesday was great. It was very, very good session, and I'm hoping that we get more of those because that was just a lot of fun to do. But anyway, so that is the deal with that. Let's see. And then the last thing I think we need to mention here is the Patreon, that, and then the sub button. Again, we had a number of people. We actually had something like 23 or 24 subs on Tuesday. Burner gave a bunch of subs. Arudinel gave some subs. Echo gave some subs. Triffid gave a sub. We had a bunch of people giving subs, and I was really grateful. That was really kind of you to do that. And that's great. Those sub numbers means that we're floating right at around 100. I guess, actually, I think we've dropped a little bit because we had a bunch of gift subs last month, and some of those dropped off, but we're still sitting at like 80 subs or something like that. And as I always say, every time this happens, the floor of the subs, because some people stay on board. Some people are like, oh, this is pretty cool, I want to keep subbing to the channel. So every time this happens and we get one of those gift bomb situations, when it drops off, we kind of start from a higher point next time around. And so the floor is higher each time, which is great. And I'm hoping that's something which Twitch will take notice of. Either way, it's definitely a help to the channel, and you can get inspirations for the players and custom sub badges and emotes and all that kind of good stuff. So thank you for that. Lastly, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. More details about that to come in terms of future things happening maybe in that series, and definitely other things happening with Athos I'll have to talk about fairly soon. Exclamation point Library, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. Again, for those of you waiting for a hardcover edition, still no word is the same word. It's still stuck in customs until it gets free, until it gets out of customs. There's nothing we can do about it. And it's not us specifically. It's been happening to everybody in the industry, but it's incredibly frustrating to me and everybody else. So it's just, like, we did get that. No, Athos Lego, not Atlas. Yeah, we did get another emote. I forgot about that. So anyway, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library is available on DriveThruRPG. Any support that people can give for that would be much appreciated. And, we're going to have those hardcover editions as soon as they're on the way. Lastly, exclamation point Grayshade KS. Again, for those of you who missed this, the Kickstarter for that has been pushed back to the, roughly speaking, mid-March, but we are going to be pretty solid on mid-March. It's not going to slip again. So we're pretty good about that. The art has been coming. We're starting to get stuff in with art. Obviously, the game design is already done. So we're very excited about what Grayshade promises to be. It's going to be the biggest project, I think, that I've ever been involved in. And I'm very excited. I'm nervous because it's a big deal, but there's a lot that's going on in it, but I'm proud of the books. And I think the world itself, the universe itself, is going to have something for everybody, and I'm excited about that. So anyway, more details about that to come, and so watch this space. But mid-March is the launch date for that, and so as more details come, I'll have them for you. My best guess right now is that we're going to be launching that Kickstarter on March the 16th, so Tuesday, March 16th. Again, that is not 100% confirmed, but mid-March is 100% confirmed, so I'm pretty excited about that. Again, if you like brooding assassin stories, if you like fiction, if you like dark fantasy, but if you like dark fantasy with a modicum of hope and a kind of moral center to the protagonist, then you want you some Greyshade. It's basically it's got some Assassin's Creed chops and set in a city based on Renaissance Venice, Corel. So again, I'm proud of these books, and I'm excited to be able to share more of that project with you. And of course, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, because we need to continue to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. That is hugely important also. All right, now with all of that said, I want to make sure that I bring some stuff up. So let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. Let me turn on this. And let me transition over to that. So, hi everybody. Good to see you all. I hope everyone is doing well. I made a couple of adjustments, by the way, in the camera. I am still super, super pumped about the camera. I kind of could not be happier with it. But I noticed that the camera was a little too warm. So I've made some adjustments to cool it down a bit. And I think now we have even more authentic color than we had before. This isn't quite as Masterpiece Theater, as we had a little bit. I don't want to blue light everybody, but I really was feeling a little bit like this is a bit too much, It felt like I was looking at, if any of you have Windows 10, the night thing, the night light thing, which is a good thing to do, by the way. At like 9 p.m., typically, if I'm not streaming, I will use this stuff, which basically filters out the blue light from your monitor, which is much better for your eyes at night. Blue light is good in the mornings when you're trying to wake up, and when you're trying to be productive and do stuff like that. But in the nighttime, it's not a good idea to constantly have blue light shining into your eyes. And so they have this stuff that takes away the blue light that you can do automatically on Windows 10 computers. But it was like looking at that all the time on my picture. And I was kind of like, yeah, this is not how that goes. So I fixed that now, and I think we are in good shape for that. And I did want to just quickly, though, go over the calendar for this month, because we haven't had a chance to do that yet. And it's going to be a busy month. There's a lot of stuff going on there, and I have made adjustments to the calendar, which I wanted to share with all of you. So tonight we've got more of Inkle Sorcery 3, the 7 Serpents. I'm very excited about that. Then tomorrow we have, again, a return to Palace of the Red Pasha. That's going to be the first of 2 sessions. As it turns out, this wasn't the original plan, but as it turns out, we're ultimately going to have 3 weeks in a row of Palace of the Red Pasha. That wasn't really how I had planned it to happen in the first place, but because Saad is going to be unavailable for the last week of February because of family commitments, it means that he can't do that. And so that means that we've got Palace of the Red Pasha tomorrow and Palace of the Red Pasha on Saturday the 13th. So we got a lot of Red Pasha in your future. And if any of you saw that opening session, I really had a blast with that. Like, I think the guys wandering around Kalamport was much more amusing than even I gave them credit. Thought that they were going to be able to manage. I didn't know it was going to be as fun as it was even. So they've got more of that to do. And then eventually, of course, they're going to get back to the palace itself, and that's got its own stuff that's happening. So I actually ordered the paper edition. I have a PDF as well, which I bought from DriveThruRPG, but I ordered a paper edition of the 2nd edition Kalamport supplement, which is really awesome. And it kind of lists out all of the different wards of Kalamport and like what all of them mean and stuff. And it's awesome. Like, I've been looking at some of the PDF, so I'm very excited to get the paper version of that. And so I'm using that actually to supplement as they're all wandering around Kalamport. So that's been a lot of fun. So that's happening, as I say, tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, and then the 13th at 7 p.m. Eastern as well. You can't afford to loiter. The Jewel Boutique Cafe, that whole thing was cracking me up. The idea of the guy being just the bartender, just sliding over, and them all just being like their reaction was great. I had a lot of fun, playing that guy. So anyway, So we've got that going on. Then on Monday, then Sunday we're off. Monday we have Emberwind. On Tuesday we have The Way of the Tiger Assassin Gamebook. That's probably the conclusion of that gamebook series of The Way of the Tiger, or the Assassin series anyway, with Terry Toons doing her illustration. And then actually I see something that I have to adjust. That Pen and Pixels Vaporum Lockdown is no longer accurate, actually. It is different now. Let me go fix that. Hold on just a moment. Let me go fix that. Because I finished Vaporum Lockdown on Tuesday. I did not know I was going to do that. I thought I had another session afterwards, but I got it done. So it ended up being about 30 hours. I love that game, by the way. Really, really awesome game. I had a lot of fun with it. But that is over. So what I'm going to be doing instead on Pen and Pixels is the premiere of a game which I think is going to take about 3 to 4 sessions to go. That's an estimate. And that is Mission Critical, which is an awesome full motion video game. It does have Michael Dorn in it for about 3 seconds. It's got full motion video. It is an adventure game. It's got some RPG elements. It has some little mini game stuff. It's also when I played it, and this is a number of years ago now, when I played it, I thought it had one of the better storylines I had ever played in a science fiction game. Really thought-provoking, and I don't know whether it's going to hold up. It may be that I'll still think that was nostalgia goggles partially, and it's not as great as I thought it was, but it was pretty awesome as I recall, and I'm looking forward to actually playing it again, and there's a GOG version of it. So that'll be happening on starting on the 9th, and as I say, that'll be about 3 to 4 sessions roughly for that, I think. Then Wednesday the 10th, we have the premiere in February, anyway, of Community D&D with Rock God and Triffid and Echo and Hoodie, and of course Shadowed Mage is your DM, Dragon of Icespire Peak, as that continues to happen. So that is going on Wednesday. Oh, really, Merinda? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. Yeah, that's why we have the link, because it is such a big deal right now. So I'm really sorry to hear that. That's terrible. So anyway, Community D&D, that is on Wednesday the 10th. Thursday we have off. Friday, we have got, and actually, let me just double check about something quickly. Yeah, Thursday, actually what I have on Thursday, Thursday the 11th, I'm actually going to be, in case people are curious, recording the session 1 of Rebel Crown, which is the new, it's a new game that is, it's new-ish, I should say. It's based on Blades in the Dark. It's being run by Mike Underwood. And it has me as one of the players within it, which is pretty cool. And I'm very excited to be able to have part of that. That is going to have myself, Brandon O'Brien, Alex Axe, and Dong Won Song. We wanted to do a Speculate one that was Star Wars, you may remember, a few months ago. And then because of constant player conflicts, we just couldn't do it. So we had to table that for now. But we're coming back with Rebel Crown, which is going to be showing up on the podcast. Now, that is not a joint Twitch Speculate event at the moment. Down the line, we may do another one of those, and obviously Blades in the Dark is going to continue to be a joint event on this channel, but that one is just for Speculate, and we're hoping that will get more people motivated to head over and hopefully sub to the Patreon and get some, support us over there, because we really do want to try to pick up some of Speculate stuff to the extent that we can. So I know I get to play instead of GM. Exactly. I get to play instead of GM, and I am excited about that. Although, I do love DMing. I mean, sometimes people say that, and it's like I love playing it. I love GMing, but having said that, I'm getting the chance to do this. I'm actually playing a character known as the Vengeant. So I'm playing a character who basically wants revenge for the people who did them wrong, and I want that because the whole point of Rebel Crown is that one of the characters, in this case played by Alex Axe, is a character who was the former monarch who was deposed, and basically the game is about getting the monarch back to their rightful place. And in this particular case, not only did I serve the monarch, but also I was the military commander who basically got screwed when reinforcements didn't come as my plan had arranged. And so I have sworn, revenge against those who allowed my, the men under my command to be killed and so on. So anyway, it's great. I'm excited to play it. So that's going to be coming up on Thursday the 11th. We'll be recording it and then releasing it probably in a week or two after that. So you should check that out on speculatesf.com. But in any case, on the channel, the 11th is going to be free. The 12th, again, we have Inkle Sorcery. So again, we have Inkle Sorcery tonight and next Friday. Saturday the 13th, as I said, Palace of the Red Pasha. Sunday the 14th, we have Sound Clash the Clampdown coming at you, which is going to be cool. On Monday the 15th, we have the return of Sod with Gromnir and a Grumbler's Guide to Temple of Elemental Evil, is second one of this month. On Tuesday, we have Adventures in Middle-earth again, finishing up what was an extremely eventful combat and finally finishing up the Silver Needle adventure. Had a lot of fun with that combat just by itself, incidentally. And then we will have on Pen and Pixels D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder, as that is moving into the home stretch of that campaign. Wednesday the 17th, we're off. Thursday the 18th, we have the Our Vocalists making a Thursday night return, and that is for a new game called Neocab, or a new game for them, I should say, which will get a chance for them to stretch their vocal talents. I haven't given up myself on the Paper Mario The Origami King game, but the truth is that it just was not giving the voice actors enough to do, and I really want to give them stuff that uses their talents and isn't just, sit around and wait for me to jump on a few mushrooms so we can get like 3 lines of dialogue. It wasn't well suited enough. There wasn't enough dialogue in it, ultimately. And so I'm excited to be able to showcase their talents a bit more on Thursday the 18th. And by the way, this wasn't them saying it. I just was like, you know what? I want to hear them more in terms of acting, voice acting. And so we're going to get that on Thursday the 18th. Friday the 19th, we have the return of Esper Genesis, sponsored as always by Alligator Alley. That campaign is picking up like nobody's business as well. Saturday the 20th, we have D&D with viewers, and I actually have a couple of possible interesting one-shots that I think I might be able to throw at some people that I am excited about. We will see. I'm very pleased about the prospects for this. I'm actually really looking at the new one that was just announced by Wizards of the Coast, the Candlekeep Mysteries, which is basically a whole collection of one-shot mystery adventures, and I am very much looking forward to seeing what that's about. Although I have to say, I got today from my little Arv and I went and did some snow tubing today. And on the way back, we stopped at a Barnes & Noble, and I got a book for her. And I wanted to get a copy of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, because there's a couple of people in the I&B campaign that may be using a subclass alteration that I wanted to be able to look at for myself. And I got that book. That cost was something like $40-something. And I'm like, what is this? Like, I mean, I guess I should know, I should realize, but I didn't remember. It's been a while since I got a WotC hardcover book. Probably the last one that I got was the Xanathar's Guide, which was the alt cover one. I've gotten, Adventures in Middle-earth stuff, and I've gotten Esper Genesis stuff, and I've gotten other things. But in terms of hardcover D&D books, this is the first one I got in a while, and I'm like, gee, God almighty, like, yeah, $40 USD, which is like, I'm pretty sure. In fact, wait a minute, I think I have do I have the receipt? I don't know if I have. Oh, maybe it's in. Yeah, it was $49.95. That is ridiculous. $49.95 is a joke. Like, hey, Dragonspear, that is way too much. I mean, like, for a print book like that, that book should be something on the order of $35. I mean, $50. That's absurd. And it's hard not to feel like some of that isn't constantly trying to push people into the digital copies. And there are those of us who don't love digital stuff necessarily just on its own, especially when you're trying to use it to GM from. So I was just like, I remember the guy gave me the total. And as I said, I'd gotten this book for my daughter. He's like, 60 blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and I looked down and I was like, wow, okay. So, good God, WotC, like, call off the dogs on the cost. Anyway, but I got the book, and there are some cool things I'm looking forward to looking into it, and that's fine. But just like, yeah, well, $20 a copy is one thing, Arudinel, but like, my 1980s childhood. No. My rational brain is showing. If I can buy books that look just as good and frankly last longer from Cubicle 7 for $35, I can sure as hell buy a book from WotC for the same amount. Since my player's guide up there had pages about 2 years into its use start to fall out because of the cheap glue they used for the binding. Now, that is not my 1980s childhood. That is me wanting Hasbro to put some money in Wizards of the Coast and get them to make a good physical book. Like, let's go here. $50 for a freaking hardcover. Anyway, but I was just kind of like, what is this? So anyway, regardless, I am looking forward to using it. And I actually heard that Dragonlance, they are producing, I think, some Dragonlance books. That was the latest that I just heard, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, so where was I even going with all this? Tasha's Guide. I don't remember where else I was going with that. Anyway, Candlekeep was my point. So Candlekeep is great. I'm excited about that, and we'll see how that all goes. All right, then we have the 21st, Sunday the 21st. That is the Special Joint Speculate Twitch event. Very excited about that. That is going to be Blades in the Dark, as per usual. Then Monday the 22nd, we've got Emberwind going on. Again, the return of Emberwind. Tuesday the 23rd, we have the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month. Only you know what exactly that's going to be, chat. And then later that day, we've got Talisman Adventures. So that's going to be pretty awesome. We will have the session, we had session 0.5. We'll have the first full play session of Talisman Adventures when we get to things on Tuesday. Then Wednesday, we've got Community D&D again with more of the Dragon of Icespire Peak and more of the Shadow Crew. Wednesday the 24th. Friday the 26th is Esper Genesis again. Saturday the 27th, we have again Inkle Sorcery 3. And that's it. We've only got one Sound Clash this month, and we always have only one Speculate. And we have got Emberwind the 8th and 22nd. Saad already did Gromnir's Guide on the 1st. He's going to do it on the 15th. So that's going to be it. So we have only 28 days in the month, which means that we have one or two fewer streams than we might normally have. But otherwise, we have things pretty, filled up as usual. So a few sessions of Inkle Sorcery 3. I also want to mention for the record that I have successfully managed to get, with my new capture setup and everything, I have managed to get my Intellivision captured again. So I am very excited about that, because that means I'm going to be able to do one of my, usually I do once a year, a kind of bonus Intellivision stream, which is always a lot of fun. It's oftentimes during the winter. So you may get a chance to see all of that Intellivision stuff going forward. So, but yeah, so that's the schedule. I always like to go through this at least once with everybody so that people can get a sense of what it is. Again, as always, this is subject to a little bit of change, but most of it seems to be fairly in place. And so we should be good for a good month, I think, to come. But otherwise, the time has come for us to get into the game. So let's do it. Time for some Inkle Sorcery 3. Let's make it happen. And let's turn on that. Intellivision. You know what Intellivision is, Dragon. Dragon, you should be all about this, because it's like good. It's not only vintage, it's like good stuff. It's like Tron, if Tron was good. I'm just kidding. I'm just giving you a hard time. And of course, I mean the video game, not the movie. But I'm just totally joking. Oh, good. I'm excited to see it too, Miranda, as soon as I can find where I put that thing. I don't know, never played it. Oh, and Intellivision will be fun. You will see. But you've seen, Dragon, you've seen me play it, though. I've played it a few times on here. You've seen me play that stuff. I thought. Maybe. It's even available on my YouTube for VODs and stuff like that. All right, here we go. So, right. Let's see. There's that. Arbot. Okay. Right, exactly. Lord of the Rings RPG, sort of. It's literally Dungeons and Dragons. And there are two of them. One of them is like the top-down guy running around the map, and he has a few arrows, and he is trying to get the crown of oh geez, I'm thinking of Crown of Kings as I'm staring at this game, Crown of Command. And so, yeah, that's basically what that is. And then the other one is a D&D with Tarman, which is Treasure of Tarman, which is a first-person perspective, which is much more involved than the Cloudy Mountain one, which is the top-down one. But they're both D&D actually themed, both D&D licensed even, so yeah. Oh, nice, Dragon. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this, and let me just fire this up, because we do need Arvbot for this. Start. There's Arvbot. Okay, good. Everything is now running as it should. So, here's the situation, folks. as you may remember, we are trying to get the Crown of Kings back from the Seven Serpents. We are or I should say, back from the Archmage of Mampang. And to do that, we have to not only get to the Fortress of Mampang, which is over in this general area, but we also need to get the Seven Serpents, which are racing to try to warn him of our arrival before we get there. And there are some serpents who are lying in wait for us to try to kill us so we don't get there. And then there are some serpents who are racing ahead of us and we need to find before they get to him, basically. So far, we know of the weaknesses of a number of those serpents. We know of the names of many of those serpents, but we don't know the names of all of them. Let's take a look at this. This is a little loud. I apologize up front. Sorry, wrong one. There we go. So we have got water, earth, fire, air, and moon. There are two more, and we don't yet know what those are. We do know that the moon serpent is waiting for us, and the moon serpent is right up here, in fact, at the top of this mountain. However, our last section was extraordinarily, it was not smooth. Let's just put it that way. It was not easy. We basically got tied up. We got attacked. We got, basically, the hell beat out of us. And we were saved by praying to Korga, who is now not going to talk to us again because we've already been helped by Korga once. And so now we're in a situation where we are in very desperate need of stamina help. We don't have a lot of options how to fix it either. We do have, I think, a Blimberry potion. Let me see if we do. Let's see. Blimberry potion. Not that. Yeah, we do have a Blimberry juice. So we could drink that, and that would restore, like, I think 3 or 4 stamina. We may have to do that if we get into a fight, just because, like, keeping from losing 3 stamina is awfully slim margin. Like, it's really hard to do that. The problem is that Blimberry juice is not only the potion that we use for one of our spells, it's also the thing that we use to counterspell a fireball spell known as Hot, which could be used against us. So, I don't know, I'm loath to use this, but we may have to, because again, 3 stamina, so that's going to be an issue. Other than that, we just need to try to find, a place to rest. We need more provisions. We just need a lot of stuff that we can try to kind of fix things, because at the moment we just don't have any of those things. However, we also managed last time to get some extra equipment. We met a strange little man who ended up trying to scare us, and then we found out he was just like producing some illusion, and turns out he was kind of a BSer, and we managed to convince him, okay, whatever with the BSing, and then he keeled over from a heart attack, which was all weird. That whole encounter was strange. And then, of course, we had found out that the moon serpent is waiting for us. So, as we last left our heroes, we had a decision to make. The moon serpent is up here. We can't waste forever in getting over to the next section of where we're supposed to go. But we also have some things to consider. We have to figure out a way to get into here. We have heard rumors that there may be one of the serpents that we seek within this forest, so we have to think about that. We haven't even been to the Claddaback Steps. That's down here. We haven't been over to Lake Uklala. We haven't been to the Karabakh River. And we also haven't been up to this area, which is where, if we go far enough, we're supposedly going to be able to find something that leads us to the Archmage's castle, the Fortress of Mampang. The other variable is the fact that, of course, there are these, what we call telescopes, but they're really beacons. These beacons, which cast a powerful time-altering spell, that when we are in them, will affect, basically, and make it so that we are back to the way things used to be sometime before, many, many decades before. Wherever this beacon shines, and you can see an example of it right here, where this shines, time is altered. So right now, time has been altered, which is why we were able to cross this bridge. The problem is we don't have anything that will allow us to fix this right now, like basically, fix this thing. And the only way to fix it is to somehow turn this over here and get that working. But we can't do that until we can figure a way to get back and forth from here without the use of this bridge. Until we do that, we're pretty much out of luck. So where things stand right now is we have 3 out of 18 stamina. We came from here, so there's no real point to go back down the hill. That's where we came from. So the question is, do we go across the plain? I don't totally know for what purpose, but I don't know, maybe to find a rest something or other? Or do we go up here being able to confront the Moon Serpent? Now, we do have some good news about the Moon Serpent, and that is that the Moon Serpent has a weakness. We know that the Moon Serpent is deathly afraid of fire. That would be great for us to cast our Fireball Hot, except our Fireball Hot costs 3 stamina, which would kill us. So we've got a lot of things to balance out. We can try to drink the Blimberry juice, basically, to restore our health to something fathomable. We can head up to the Serpent, hope we find some health. If not, rewind to back to this spot at the foot of the mountain and sort of move in another direction. We can try to go up there and just beat him with 3 stamina. I mean, you know, maybe I'm that good in fighting. We'll see. We can try to do that. So there are multiple things that we can try to do. But the decision basically that we have to make right now, I would say, chat, is do we go across the plain or do we go up to the Moon Serpent? That's true too, Marinda. This one you can just tell me in chat. There's no vote there's no ARVBot vote for this. There's just 2 choices. So you tell me, chat, do we go across the plain or do we go up to confront the Serpent? And we are going to have to go to the Serpent eventually. I'm not rewinding all the way back to the caravan. No, I'm not going to do all that again. I veto that with respect. Okay, you're all for dragon slaying? Okay, cool. Cool. All right. So we can do that. Anybody else? Other votes, please, for whether we're going to head up to the Serpent or not. Which way are we going, people? You going up? It's not a dragon, it's a serpent dragon. Boo! Okay. Anyone else? Anyone? I know we're a little light at the moment. We're getting more people in here, but what are we doing? Are we going up? Change vote, murder war. Anybody? Dragon Spirit, maybe we should go up there so that you can talk to the Serpent about its shameless appropriation of the Dragon Way. Maybe that's what we need to look at. All right, going up, I'm going to do that then. Here we go. You continue up the winding path into the pass at the top of the mountain. Your veil of magical protection shimmers out of existence. The sun is beginning to lower and the air begins to cool. Suddenly the sun is snuffed out like a candle. A hissing sound begins to echo around the rocks, and overhead, a larger moon than usual seems to rise from the horizon. Another trick? Now, as always, we stop to look. You look up in surprise. The shape rises a little higher, a strange, almost translucent ball. Then the round shape uncoils itself. The shimmering body of the Moon Serpent is revealed, hovering in the air above you. Its wide fangs are open, and it is coming for you. So now the question is, what are we going to do? What should we do? So here's the problem, chat, that we're going to have, which is we can look at the Serpent. We can draw our sword. We can cast, and let's see what spells are optional. I know one of them is going to be hot, almost certainly. Alright, so we could cast Kid, which creates an illusion. It's not clear what illusion, but it creates something. That would not cost us any stamina. Hot, that's what I thought. The problem with Hot right now is that it's going to cast us 3 stamina. So if we cast Hot, we are going to have to take the Blimberry juice. We're going to have to drink the Blimberry juice first. So we're going to have to drink the Blimberry juice, and then we're going to have to cast Hot if that's what we want to do. So be aware that that's the vote there, is voting to both use the Blimberry juice and then cast Hot. Remember, the Serpent is weak to fire. So that's important. We could summon darkness, which is 1 stamina, so that would leave us with 2, but we could, you know, technically do it. Well, I mean, we could time rewind if we have to. No, I mean, we could. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Ugh. Run. Low. Okay. M. Okay, protect from magic. Oh, kid to create the illusion of fire as a test. That's interesting. I wonder if it could do that, actually. I'm not sure if it would give us that option or not, but maybe. That's interesting. Okay, create explosions. And we have pebbles, so we could do that. And it would not cost us any stamina, because we do have some. There's a lot of stuff that we could cast. Cause depression. We could depress the serpent. I have no idea what this is. We could cast sis. I have no idea what that is. Unknown. I wonder if that's like a special snake spell. I have no idea what that is. That definitely is not in the book. That's cool. I don't know what to make of that. I mean, that's viable. Jig would cause lively dancing, so we could make... That would also not cost us a stamina. Afraid of fire rather than vulnerable. Yeah, that's true. Although that may be that may be a distinction without a difference for them. It may be that they really did just mean to, you know, it's possible, but... Whoops, no, I don't want S. I asked for Z, please. Zob is summon a rock demon, but we do not have a rock demon tooth. Zap is creating lightning. It's a lot of spells. But we can't do that because of 3 stamina, so if you want to cast Zap, again, we're going to have to take the Blimberry juice first. I already did that. Causes teleportation. We don't have a green ring, so we can't do that. Okay, Yap allows us to talk with animals. We already know the serpent is bad, so I'm not really sure that that helps us much. And Yob summons a giant. Or run for it. So we've got a lot of stuff that we could do, chat. I'll tell you right now, I'm actually very excited for the prospect of trying because I have no idea what that is. But this is basically what we've got. We can look at the serpent, and it's coming for us, so I don't know. We could draw our sword. We could cast one of many, many spells. We could cast Kid, Jig, Zap, Yap, Yob, Hot, Fog, Mag, Pop, Sap. And if we cast one of the 3 stamina ones, which is Hot or Zap, we will need to use the juice first before we can do that. We know what... we'd have to drink the Blimberry juice first so that we could absorb the loss of stamina from casting one of those other spells. I also am tempted to try because S doesn't do anything. Like, I don't know what that spell is, and I'm really excited. So that would be really awesome if that could actually do. So there's that. Yeah, but Abadoo doesn't do much, unfortunately. I wish. So we could cast one of those multiple spells, or we could run for it. So go ahead and cast your vote, chat. If you cast your vote for one of the options, like the ones that like are multiples, like cast Kid, Sis, Jig, just cast your vote and then tell me which one you're actually voting for in that group. So go ahead and cast your vote, $ vote space and then the number, but tell me which one of these options you're picking if you're picking one of those multiple options. And I'm sorry that I have to do it that way, but these are like, there are many, 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 many options, and my program for this is not able to handle that many options. So, what say you? Can we create a wormhole? Sadly, no. Sadly, no wormhole. Yeah, it is quiet today. Well, I mean, I don't know. More people will sort of gather. Let's get votes in, folks. Let's get in these votes here. What have we got? We got Look at the Serpent. We've got Draw Sword. We've got Cast one of these spells previously mentioned. Cast Hot. We've got Cast another set of these spells as previously mentioned, or Run for it. All right, we have a vote for Look at the Serpent. Other votes. Other votes for what we should do. What's it going to be? You're recusing myself because you know about this thing. Oh, okay. All right, well. Going once. Going twice. All right. With a single vote, we're going to get more people here. We're going to look at the serpent. The creature is enormous. Its wide wings seem to stretch from horizon to horizon. Oh, sorry, Tilted. You're going to get a chance to get your vote in just a minute. Good to see you, dude. Horizon to horizon, its eyes are 2 yellow orbs. Its scales are a mixture of circles, crescents, and fattened ovals, and vary only slightly in shade, from flat gray to shimmering silver. Its teeth are long, hooked slivers. Saliva streams down their curves. Okay, so now we have the exact same situation we have before, except instead of Look at the Serpent, we are going to have... I'm going to put SSS on its own line, just because I think, because it's a spell that I've never heard of before, and so it'd be interesting to see how this all works. So, all right, there we go. Yeah, I totally agree with that, Marinda. So, are we going to draw our sword? Are we going to cast, did I close that down? Yeah. Are we going to cast SSS? Okay. Okay, good, I did. So, draw sword, cast SSS, which I have no idea what that is. It'd be a brand new spell. Cast Kid, which would create illusions. Jig, which would create dancing. Zap, which the only way we cast that is if we take our health potion first. Otherwise, it would use too much health for us to use it. Yap, but it shoots a lightning bolt out when it's cast. Yap, which allows us to talk with creatures. Yob, which lets us summon a giant. Hot, which creates a fireball. The reason I put that on its own separate line is because Hot is a fireball, because the Moon Serpent is said to be afraid of fire, although we don't know the details of that. Or you could cast one of these bad boys. Fog, which creates darkness. Madge, which creates a magic shield. Pop, which basically creates explosive rocks. And Sap, which creates depression in its target. Or do we run from it? So right now we have a vote for cast SSS. I will admit that I am hardcore rooting for this one to win. Just because I'm really curious. Ugh. Okay, now, so be aware, Dragon, that you know to do that we have to drink the healing potion that we have first, right? Which is fine. You know, I'm just letting everybody know. So last call, last call. Yeah, that's classic Dragon. That's okay, Tilted. It's fine, dude. I'm used to it from Dragon. All right, we have casts. We have cast hot. So we have a tie. An epic tie between two voters. We will need more people to jump on board with votes so we can break this tie. So remember, if you cast hot, that means you're voting to drink that health potion first and then casting fireball. And then SSS is a new thing because I have never seen that happen. Great, Miranda. That's super helpful. Thank you. Now we have a three-way tie. Very funny. Change vote. All right. Going once. Going twice. Okay. All right. We will cast SSS. I hope that turns us into a snake. Or turns them into a snake. Or like a friendly snake. Or we'll see. I've never heard of SSS. You try to bind the enchantment, but you are missing an item that it needs, and so the spell dissipates around you. The serpent is almost on you now. Oh, well, crap. Draw my sword, cast a spell, or run for it. Okay, well, that... All right, so apparently we needed something for that, and we couldn't. Okay. So... we have learned something, yes, that it exists as a spell. Kid Jig Yap. Okay, so now what are we going to cast? So again, we're trying this again. We've got Draw Our Sword, or we can cast Kid Jig or Yap, cast Zap or Yob, cast Hot, Fog, Mage, Pop, or Sap, or run for it. And Hot, remember, is the fireball. At this point, we may not have much of an option other than to cast, I don't know, maybe Pop with the explosions scares it. I don't know whether that would be the case, but otherwise it feels like Hot may be our only option, which means Blimberry Juice and then, you know, and then Hot from there. Maybe the Moon Serpent is made of Blimberry Juice, and we'll get all of it, all of the Blimberry Juice later. All right, 3 votes for Hot. I'm going to last call this. Thank you, Lego. All right. Hoping for the best here. Whoops. And closed. All right, so here we go. Blimberry Juice. All right, that brings us up to 6. Least means that we can cast it now. All right, here we go. It's not, honestly, Lego, it's not that old a game, though. It's pretty recent. It's only within the last couple of years that it came out. If anything, I think it sort of took some of what the increased interest in retro things like game books and capitalized on those by making it into something completely different using technology. So, oh, Fighting Fantasy? Oh, absolutely it did, yeah. In fact, there are several designers who've even talked about being influenced by Fighting Fantasy, yeah. All right, here we go. You cast the enchantment, winding a fireball in your palm. The serpent's eyes glitter in the light. It does not seem scared. Do we throw it at the serpent or ward off the serpent? Hey, we were told, quote, the weakness says, it says, quote, deathly afraid of fire. That's what it says. What's up, Burner? So you can just tell me this in chat. Do we throw it at the serpent? I mean, I don't really know what else we can do at this point if we don't do that, but throw it at the serpent or ward off the serpent. What's it going to be, chat? Throw it at the serpent or ward off the serpent? The fireball, Dragon. The fireball that has been created. He seems to be, but that doesn't, it doesn't, I don't buy it. I mean, like, who knows? But the weakness specifically told us that he is afraid of fire. So that was the claim. You just walk around with a ball of fire in your hands. I mean, you know, it's just a thing. It's true that if we throw Dragon Spear at the Serpent, that could do some serious damage. Okay, so we got throw, throw. I got 2 votes for throw. Anybody else? Going once. Going twice. All right. Here we go. Throw time. The flames of the burning fireball gutter as it flies through the air towards the serpent, but you score a direct hit and the fire quickly spreads across the creature's skin. It seems fire truly is the serpent's weakness. One by one, the scales pop from its hide, peeling back and falling like leaves to the rocks below. The creature is screaming now in pain and terror. Chat, do we wait and watch, or do we triumphantly leap forward, draw our sword, and kill it? Let's go. Bang. Leap forward. Now, what do we do? Do we wait and watch, or do we draw our sword and kill it? Slice that imposter dragon through. It's true, Lego. I don't know if you remember, but when we were playing the books, like just the book versions of these some years ago, that literally happened. We had stamina so low that we actually fell like through a door and ended up dying. Yep. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's right. You were rolling the dice. Yep. Oh man. It's just unbelievable. All right. Draw our sword and kill it is the will of chat. Okay. Yes. Bang. Dead twice. Flawless fighting, baby. You ready your blade. Even though it is weakened, you'll need your wits about you against this foe. Then you swing fast and high, hoping to strike deep into the serpent's scaly hide. The serpent stumbles forward, tracing a painful arc towards you with crescent moon teeth bared. Silvery moons are winking out across the creature's long back. Cold gathers around the edges of the serpent's mouth. I should have read this while we were fighting, by the way, but I got too excited. You press your advantage, knowing only too well that this is a fight to the death. A quick slice penetrates the serpent's half-moon scales. The moon serpent's eyes close to narrow crescents, then fall dark. Its body seems to crumble before your eyes. No stamina lost, flawless fighting. Congratulations, you defeated the first of the 7 Serpents of Mampang. Hell yeah, 1 dead, 6 to go. Darkness in the sky disappears and the sun returns as the serpent dies. It seems to coil up, shriveling away until all that remains is a small crystal orb. Should we take the orb or leave it? I'm going to assume that we're going to want to take the orb because it will help with spells, but you tell me. Take the orb or leave it, chat. Take the orb or leave it. It's also good to know because it proves that the weaknesses are legit. That it's not just sort of, it's not fake. At least this one wasn't fake. Take it, Lego says. Take precious. Curse the pagans, curse it. Can we cut the orb? Sadly not. I think you can just take it. Or leave it. But not cut it. We also cannot reverse the orb, making it into a bro. Okay. All right. We are going to take the orb. You lift the orb. It is a precious artifact of great power. You put it carefully into your pack. The bleak mountainside falls silent around you. You feel a new spring in your step. One serpent has been defeated. Soon the rest will also fall. Hey, Shadowed. What's up, man? How you doing? All right, let's look around. Chat always gives me the right to look around things. So You look around the clearing. The marks of your battle with the moon serpent are still visible in the dirt. We just beat the moon serpent, Shadowed. We're down to 3 stamina. We're in deep trouble, but we did beat the first moon serpent. I'm sorry you're feeling tired and beaten. Come here and you will be refreshed and renewed, I hope. There is nothing else here except for a little stonework by the eastern edge of the plateau. The remains of a building, perhaps, or a ledge. Oh, rough week with work? Oh, that sucks, dude. Well, it's Friday now. Yeah, exactly what Dragon said. Look at the old stone. You go over to the ancient stone. It sticks out from the rock a few fingers, then breaks away, only barely distinguishable from the stone of the mountain. Another piece protrudes a short distance away. Whatever was here was large and beautifully wrought once, but now it is gone. Looking west. Back west across the plains, we spy a dark smudge. I spy a child.
Good night.
Good night, sweetheart. Love you, my love. Little Arv and I went snow tubing today. It was good times. Okay, looking back west across the plains, you spy a dark smudge on the land, a cloud of black dust rising from the wheels of the caravan you encountered earlier. It seems not to have moved, or else it is traveling in circles. Bah, caravans. And looking east, you see the plains continuing, and then the edge of the forest of Snata, dark and tangled. Somewhere beyond is the distant glitter of Lake Ilklala, which you must somehow get across. The edge of the mountaintop ends abruptly. There are a few carved stones and then a vertical drop. And looking over the eastern edge, you creep to the edge of the plateau and peer down. The drop is not vertical after all, but skitters away down the mountainside. You might be able to skid down it, though you couldn't walk and there'd be a constant danger of rolling. Time to head for lower ground one way or another. Alright, chat, so now here are the choices we have. We can go south. I'm not totally sure why we would go back this way, but we could because we came from here. So probably, you know what, I'm not even going to give that as an option. We just came from there. We've defeated the serpents. That's good. So we could either go down the steps, so basically heading this way, or we could head down this side into the forest. Snow tubing, yeah. It was a good time. It was a good time. And it was a good way to do, I mean, it's, you know, you're outside, everybody's wearing a mask anyway. You know, it was about as safe an outdoor activity in the time of COVID as you're likely to get in the winter. You know, in the summer, that's something else. But in the winter, you know, having a meal in a restaurant's not smart. But going snow tubing, pretty safe. And we got a chance to try out these new masks that I ordered from, that are Korean, KF94, which are like the Chinese KN95, which are very high-level, you know, masks. But the Chinese mask, there's a lot of counterfeits that are not nearly as much with the Korean brand. Also, the Korean one is more comfortable. Like, it fits the face better. It does less fogging up of my glasses, and it's and it basically covers this area back, so it's a lot more comfortable. So it looks like it's okay. Snow tubing. You don't know what snow tubing is? It's literally like sledding down a mountain on a big tube. Except that these are like, you know, special tubes that are designed just for that purpose. And they have you in a bunch of these tracks, which are like manicured tracks. And then they have a little thing you stand on to bring you up the hill. And then you go pretty good clip. It's fun. Snow tubing is good times. Okay, so, chat, are we going down the steps? Or are we skidding down to the east? And in case anybody is curious, we probably have to head east at some point. Whether we go south after that or what we choose to do, I don't know. But we definitely have to head east somehow if we're going to, you know, at some point. So I'm just letting you know. So, with that said, are we going down the steps or are we skidding down this way? So basically down the steps or down to the east. And you can tell me this in chat. Down the steps or down to the east. Skidding. Okay. That wind, though. Yeah, Bernard, but in California, if you go to Northern California, people ski in Northern California, don't they? I mean, I understand if you're like, you know, if you're LA, if you're Southern Cal, I understand, but, and yes, in Arizona, snow wouldn't be a thing, but. I agree with that, Marina. Don't be skittish. Does that mean you don't want to skid, Dragon Spear? You want to go down the steps? So the question is whether we're going east or west. I mean, I don't know, like maybe we can find stuff to the west. But we do eventually have to head east. I mean, like, I don't know. You were SoCal. Okay. Okay, skid. Going once. Going twice. All right. Skid it is. You step onto the foot of the ruined bridge and then over. You drop a few feet to the slope below in a controlled fashion, and then you begin to skid, sliding and slipping down the loose stones. You are gathering speed fast. Falling! Your boots shoot out from underneath you and you skid down the slope on your cloak, arms out backward to try and keep you level. You are about halfway to the thick trees below. Okay. What should we do? Other than panic. Should we... concentrate on balance, or cast a spell? Featherfall. I'm free! Well, we can cast a spell. To cast a spell, you have to lift both hands and craft the starlight, which means you will not be able to hold yourself in balance. Okay, so if we cast a spell, we may lose our balance, chat. So it's not even going to let... Okay, wait, alright. Then I have to rewind it. I have to rewind it because I didn't know that. So we're not going to be able to cast. So there's no decision to be made. We've got to concentrate on balance. What I was trying to do, whenever we get to cast a spell, I try to cast it so there's different options. So I can see all the different options so we know what we're voting for. And when I try to do that, you're just not allowed. So never mind. Concentrate on balance. There is nothing to do but concentrate on balance. You dig your heels and try to keep yourself upright. Apparently, yeah. The canopy approaches its speed. All right. Mountain's foot. You hit the ground painfully, avoiding a broken neck and a broken leg by a mere miracle. It takes several minutes to regain your breath. We have 1 stamina, chat. You cast a look back at the mountain slope, but it is all but sheer. There is no way to climb it again. You will have move onwards. That means have to move. You pick yourself to your feet. You are on the edge of thick trees with no discernible path forwards. You will have to fight through the trees as best you can. Alright, hit point in a dream, chat. Hit point in a dream. You barge your way through the thick trees, pushing branches from your face. Things chitter in the leaves all around. You pause to try and get your bearings in the trees, but you are surrounded and can barely make out the mountains through the dense canopy. Something moves in the corner of your eye. Have you been spotted by a beast already? Alright, chat, should we draw our sword or should we keep moving? This is really bad. And I don't think we have any choice because I don't think Korga wants to listen. Yeah, Korga's not going to listen to us. We don't have any rations. I don't think we have anything we can take to heal us. All this stuff is not... Yeah, this doesn't... We don't have any healing spells. Pretty much not much we can do here. Things look grim for our brave hero. They really do. Can we burn the forest? I don't think so. I don't think so. At least not at the moment. So what can we do, chat? Draw our sword or keep moving? Man, 1 stamina. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. We have been in a better position. I'm just going to say that. Close your eyes and I will bless and heal you. I hear it in the water. And the sea, am I. I feel it in the earth. Okay. We flawless killed the spirit. I did, but Okay, draw the sword as chat's will. You draw your sword in readiness, but though you see the branches swaying, there is no sign of a creature. You move on warily. Okay, onward. You erupt from the trees onto an old path that winds a narrow course through the forest. The trees loom around you, twisted and old. You avoided the forest in the Shamutanti Hills when you chose the path through the Giant's Town. Wow, so it remembers your decision, our decision from Book 1. But that was mere shrub in comparison to this. The forest is ancient, chat, or waste no time? I assume the forest is ancient means you look around. So do we say the forest is ancient, or do we waste no time? I like that more. The forest is ancient, says Lego. Ooh, check out that. Oh, the sound design. I hope. Yeah, we need Tom Bombadil in the worst way. Man, do we need Tom Bombadil. Please, Tom. For our need is near us. Ancient. 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 All right. Forest is ancient it is. Wow, that sounds like a good deal. The forest of Snata is ancient and it is a maze. There are no roads through it, only twisted paths and dead ends, but who knows what secrets it may hide. The forest is beautiful in its own way. Water drips down the leaves and along twisted vines. Birds flutter through the bracken-like canopy. Everything is moist and damp. The path is winding and frequently disappears. Perhaps it has been made by animals and not by people. Okay, again, I'm going to look into the trees. You look into the distance between the trees, but now you can make out nothing between the thick trunks and tangled bushes. All right, chat, do we keep walking or climb a tree for a view? You climb the tree and discover a healing potion. Restore 17 points. I mean, we'd actually be in good shape, except that we have no rations, although we have eaten today, so that's good. No rations, and most importantly, we're out of stamina. We need help. So, keep walking or climb a tree for a view. Climbing seems like... Well, I mean, that's true, but it also means that you might not fall into a pit, Tilted, you know? I mean, like, it's true you could be risk of falling, but... Yeah. Except for the fact that we're starving and almost dead. Hey, look, we killed a serpent, okay? We killed a serpent. What do you folks think? Climb? Shadow Mage says climb. That's my hope, Lego. Oh my god. You find the sacred apple of stamina restoration. Gain 30 stamina. Like, that's what I want, you know? So what's the idea? Is that a vote for climb? Climb, climb. Climb, climb, climb. All right, going once. Going twice. All right. You find a suitable-looking tree close at hand and swing yourself onto the lower branch. From there, it is a reasonably straightforward climb up into the canopy. You reach the top of the tree, but there is no view. From here, you can see nothing but more trees stretching away into the distance. The only exception is to the south, where an enormous broken stone arch rises a dizzying height into the air. There is little else to be done up here. Okay, I'm going to look down at the ground. You glance down the tree towards the ground just as something moves past on the path below. Leaves stir, the shape is gone. You make your way carefully back down to the ground, but halfway down, one of the branches cracks under your weight. Oh no! Okay, now do we cling on or do we drop? Do we, like, try to cling on, but then if we hold on, that means that, like, we fall onto our back and die? Or do we drop, but, like, we do controlled, you know? What do we do, chat? Cling on? Cling on? Or drop? Cling, cling, cling. All right. Going once. Going twice. Kapla. Cling on. You cling on to the branch overhead as your foothold disappears. For a moment, you are dangling free. Moving like a monkey, you swing backwards and forwards until you have enough arc to try and catch another branch with your feet. Whew! You hook yourself into position and then move one of your hands closer until you're steadily placed once more. You take a moment to gather your oh. Woo! You hit the ground with a thump, but the earth is soft. You are fortunately unhurt. Near the foot of one tree is a broken branch and a slightly bruised bomba fruit. We need bomba fruits. Okay, I'm going to look at the fruit. I'm always supposed to look at stuff. You must have knocked it from the tree when you fell. We knocked it from the tree when we fell. 6 stars. It is a little bruised, but still seems edible enough. Chat, can we take this and please eat this? Can we take the fruit? We need this food in the worst way. Can we please take the fruit? Take the fruit. Okay, yes, take the fruit. Bomba fruit are particularly nutritious. This one's in good shape despite its fall. You pick it up and put it in your pack. You stride on. We are going to eat that thing right the hell now. Eat. 5 stamina. 5 stamina. We're up to a dizzying 5 points. We're eating because it gives us stamina points, Miranda. We were at 1. That's why. I mean, I would have asked chat, but like 1 stamina is ridiculous. Like we could literally, as Lego said, fall over and trip and die. So we needed to eat. Plus, I don't even know if we ate today. I think we did. I'm not sure if we ate today. I'm not positive, but we desperately needed that. That never would have happened if we hadn't fallen from the tree. It was all part of the plan. Clearly, the gods are with us. Okay, now we're in better shape. We still don't have any rations, but we're not starving. We've now eaten, and we've had 5 out of 18. No, it's not a spoiler. I know that you're supposed to eat once a day, and I know that if you do, resting will be more beneficial. So, yeah. I think that's the only game mechanic that would apply to this, right, Miranda? Is there something I'm missing? I mean, I don't mind rewinding it, but it just seemed to me like we're at 1 stamina. Like, we need 5 stamina. I mean, Oh, yeah, it may. But it doesn't matter, Miranda, because regardless of that, that's fair. But regardless of that, though, we needed health. I mean, like, okay, that's fair. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're probably right. But still, we needed health, though. Like, because we need health. I mean, like, that's basically why. Okay, so now, chat, the question is, now we have a choice, now that we're back at the path. We came from the south, so I assume, but correct me if I'm wrong, that you folks want to head east. Is that fair? We came from the south, so I assume you want to head east, yes? Is that correct? I mean, actually, I take that back. I take that back. We didn't come from the south, really. I take that back. We came here. I take that back. We went here, and then we climbed the tree, and now we're on the path. So I take this back. Eventually, we have to get here, and we have to find the other serpents. One of them, the fire serpent, is chasing us. But other than that, the other serpents, we don't know where they are. So we have to get there eventually. But the question is, do we go east or do we go south? Now, if I'm just looking around at the map, there looks like there's a little cave entrance there. Maybe we find that if we go south. We've got the sort of destroyed, what used to be like a bridge, I think. Down here, that bridge is destroyed, but we're at the foot of it. It looks like there's another one of these beacons, so we could go this way and then try to activate the beacon, which might activate the bridge again. Or we could keep going south, like along that pathway, or we could go east towards whatever this clearing is. We could also go east and then go south along the pathway again. So we have multiple choices here. We have like this thing over here, which we would find if we went east. So it's really up to you folks as to where you want to go. They are servants of the Archmage, Lego, and we're trying to get to the Archmage to get back the Crown of Kings that he stole from our country. And the Serpents apparently have found out about us and are racing to get to him first. So some of them were sent to try to kill us, and some of them we're trying to find before they can get to him. There are 7 of them. So far, we've killed 1. So that's where we're at. And as to why the fire serpent is chasing us, because I think he was sent to try to kill us. So that's why. So yeah, chat, you can see the map for yourself. We could either go south, which leads us in this direction and opens up, I guess, this area. Or we could head east, which brings us to whatever this clearing is. And then we could go south and then west. Like, we could still explore even if we go down this way. So that's the question. Do we go south or do we go east? What do you want to do, chat? Tell me in chat. Shadow wants to go south. Cool. I can't believe that we climbed a tree, fell, hit the ground, didn't die, found a bomba fruit. That is what you call positive karma. Okay, Lego says south as well. Korga does watch over us. South by southeast. That would be not a thing. It would be south by southwest following this path. But it looks like we're aiming for south. South, south, south. votes, folks. So far, I've got votes from Shadowed and Lego Freak. Dragon, Marinda, others. Other folks, what do you want to do? Right now, we're going south. Going once. Going twice. And south it is. Okay, that's fine. You walk on between the trees. Darkness closes in and you are worn out. You should find a suitable spot to sleep. The forest by night is a terrifying place full of strange noises and shifting shadows. You are certain something is following you, but when you turn, there is nothing there. I always stop and look. You stop and turn about on the spot. There is nothing but twisted trunks and the thorny shrubs that color the gaps in between. All right, chat, what should we do? Should we call out and tell everyone in the world where we are? Should we... Oh, sorry, Tilted, but you ended up going with the rest of chat anyway. Should we cast a spell? Here's what we've got for that. We could cast Sus, which is Sense Danger. That uses 1 stamina, which obviously we still don't have a lot, but it is possible. We could also cast Sun, which creates light, and that does not cost any stamina because we have a Sun Jewel. We could cast Fall, which lets us float in the air. Not sure why we would do that, but yeah, it's totally sus. That lets us float in the air. We could cast... Yaz causes invisibility, but we do not have a pearl ring, so we can't cast that. And I think that's all. Oh no, not quite. Also, we could create a force field, which costs 3 stamina, which is going to put us dangerously low again. Or keep moving. And I do want to point out that we are going to need to rest, and that when we do, it will also help restore stamina if we don't get attacked while we're resting. So that's kind of an issue. So that's the question. Do we call out? Do we cast Sus, which costs us stamina but would allow us to sense danger? Do we cast Sun, which allows us to create light, and that doesn't cost us stamina because we have a Sun Jewel? Do we cast Fall, which lets us float in the air, costs 1 stamina? Don't know what that does, but whatever. Or do we cast Foff, which creates a force field and uses up 3 stamina, which would put us in... We could do it, but it's going to put us in dangerous stamina territory. Or do we keep moving? What say you, chat? And again, we are going to need to rest. So, at some point, but... So what do we do? Call out, cast Sus, cast Sun, cast Fall, cast Foff, or keep moving. Marworks is voted for number 3, cast Sun. Okay. Six, keep moving. All right, what else we got? Call out, cast a spell, or keep moving. Lego also says to keep moving. Okay. Calling out. You want to put that in the form of a vote, sir, Mr. Dragonspear? Calling out to WrestleMania. I'm calling out to all the Hulkamaniacs. To eat your vitamins. Say your prayers. Do your exercises. And call out. But actually cast Sun. Okay. All right, so we have 2 votes for Sun, 2 votes for keep moving. I need somebody to break this tie. I will need someone to break this tie between casting Sun and keeping moving. I will need someone to break this tie. Who shall it be? What should we do? Cast Sun or keep moving? Tilted says vote 3. All right, I'm going to last call this. Last call, last call. Going once. Going twice. Who could it be now? It's very appropriate for this situation. All right, we are going to cast Sun. Who could it be knocking at my door? Don't go away. Come here no more. Sun. Cast. Looking into the constellations overhead, you craft the spell until the sun jewel starts to give off a magical white glow. The light from the jewel fills the clearing, banishing all the shadows. You stride on with more confidence. Something massive looms between the trees south of here. You continue on your way despite the dark. Okay, now I'm not going to go back north because we did want to go south, so. You follow what might be a path and might be an old river through the trees of the forest. The light from your sun jewel pulses twice and fades. You are standing in the shadow of some colossal stone structure that rises up from the trees and disappears into the sky. You must continue your journey but are weaker than you realize. Perhaps you should simply rest here for a few hours and regain some strength. All right, chat, should we wait and rest or do we move on? And I would remind everybody that we do need to rest here pretty quickly or we're going to miss our chance and we're going to lose stamina as a result. And if anything, we need to gain stamina. So we got to the arch, but it's up to chat. But so should we wait and rest? This is just, you can tell me in chat because there's only 2 choices here. Wait and rest or move on. Lego says to rest. Hopefully we don't get attacked by anything, but this is kind of something we had to do. Rest, rest. Anyone else? Rest, rest. And all right, chat has decided to rest. Gratefully, you seat yourself and enter the meditative state taught to you by your masters. We gained 3 more stamina. We're up to 8, thank God. A sensation of great peace enters your body. Hours pass. The dead of night is still and cold. You stand once more. Woo! Okay, we needed the rest. Now we're feeling a little bit better. 8 of 18 stamina. Korga still doesn't want to help us. Okay, sounds good. Sleep well, Shadowed. Hope you feel better, man. All right, we're going to keep going south because that's where we were heading. Ooh! We got a map, chat. Things rustle in the branches all around. The sky is already beginning to warm in the east. You emerge into something of a clearing with a stone pillar at its heart. Not a tower, but one leg of an enormous arch. Who could have built such an incredible thing, and how long ago was it done? Look at that. Super cool. I bet if we could ever cast our little, use our little telescope, that thing could be very useful. Right now, though, it looks like there's just one way to go. Beneath the bridge. The trees are thinner, replaced by climbing weeds and shrubs that grow in and around the broken stones of the bridge. You make your way to a point where the path splits. Okay, I always look in this case. You crane your neck back to look at the stone pillar. It is made of bricks, each one a normal size, but thousands upon thousands in number. They climb up into the air in a stack no wider than a tree, but 3 times taller than the tallest in the forest. You look higher. Then, almost beyond what you can see, the stone begins to form a curve branching into the beginning of an arch. But the rest of the arch is crumbled into ruin, and this single leg is all that remains. All right, Chad, it's giving us a chance to rest again or move on. Should we try to take the chance of resting again? Because we could really use the stamina. Like, we're in better shape than we were, but we're still less than half. So, what's Chad feel? Like, rest here, move on? Because, I mean, like, resting a couple more hours, getting a few more stamina points might not be a terrible call. Especially since, you know, I mean, giving ourselves the opportunity to rest again. Lego says rest. Others. Resting, resting, resting. Going once. Going twice. And, all right. Resting it is. You settle down in a hollow by the base of the towering overgrown arch. It is good to have stone at your back. Gotcha, dragon. You will sleep soundly here. Setting down your pack by the roots of a tree, you try to stretch out despite the unsettling noises in the trees. At least you have eaten already today. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. You feel quite safe here and you do not dream. Hell yeah, 2 more stamina. We are at 10 out of 18 stamina, chat. We're back over half. Stunning. During the past day, we ran out of provisions, reached the forest of Snata, and defeated the moon serpent, the first of the 7 serpents. You pick up your pack and get to your feet once more. The morning sun makes the stones of the bridge shimmer slightly. The pillar might be climbable, otherwise several paths lead into the trees. Okay, so we have a couple of choices. We came from here already, so it doesn't make sense to go back through here. So we could climb this pillar. We could head west, which would lead us down this path. Or we could go south, which would lead us down this path. So our choices are, do we climb the pillar, head west, or head south? With our newly 50%. Still no provisions. We're going to have to find something to eat today. But other than that, oh, and Korga has returned. So we could pray to Korga for more healing if we need it. So we'll keep that in mind. Korga saved our butts back on the when we were, trapped in that cross or whatever. But we could pray to Korga for healing if we need it down the line. That's actually really useful to know. So, good stuff. All right, chat, what's it going to be? Climb the pillar, head west, or head south? I don't remember. I think it heals like maybe 5 points, something like that, 4 to 5, maybe 6. The problem really is that when you use Korga for healing, you can't use him for anything else until a certain period of time has passed. For us, it was basically the day, and we needed him to save us, or we would have died at the hand of the Dark Elves on the other side of the mountains. So we needed him to save us from that, which is why I'm always loath to use him for healing. But then, if you're going to die, you're going to die if you don't use him. So, it's sometimes you have to do that because it's the only way to survive. So, but at this point, we're not right at death's door at the moment, thankfully, because we actually have pulled ourselves back over 50% on the stamina. We're in double-digit stamina, amazingly. Okay, so what do we got, chat? We have 1 vote for climb the pillar. Anybody else? 4 votes? Anyone else? Anyone else? As I get something sent. What was this? New phone. Who dis? Just kidding. Okay. That's what it is. Wise words indeed. All right, chat. Going once. Going twice. All right, we are going to climb the pillar. Okay, let's do it. Intrigued, you approach one of the brick pillars to see if it might be climbable. Indeed, the stones are worn and filled with pockmarked holes and finger grips, but you cannot seem to manage the climb up while holding your sword. You will have to unbuckle your blade if you want to climb up. Okay, so do we still... So we're going to have to unbuckle our blade. We're going to have to take our sword off. Do we climb up, chat, but we've unbuckled our sword? Or do we go back to the path? What should we do? Do we unbuckle our sword and climb, or do we go back to the path? I mean, I assume not permanently leave the sword behind, although maybe. But it certainly sounds like that. I'm just looking for food at this point. Yeah, I know, me too. I mean, it sounds like leaving the sword behind while you're climbing anyway, Dragon. Yeah, and then I assume you look up there, see what you can see, and come back. I'm guessing, although I really don't know. Maybe we're a closet monk. Like, maybe... maybe it was... Maybe we've always wanted to, you know, use our fists. So Lego says unbuckle. Other votes? As long as we reload, let's climb. Okay. Going once. Going twice. Okay. You unbuckle your weapon and leave them in a tidy pile at the foot of the pillar, covering them over with large leaves. Then you begin to climb. Upwards. The going is tough, and once you start, you begin to understand quite how tall the stone pillar is. You have barely reached the forest canopy when you need to stop for breath, and at the same time, you're not even a third of the way to the top of the arch. Alright, chat, I assume keep climbing or back to the ground? Keep climbing or back to the ground? Yes, unless we get another tree of options. I'm just hoping we rise to the level. It's like, you have found the level of Bomba fruit. There is nothing but Bomba fruits there. Take a sack of Bombas. You have rations for the next 30 days. Also, each Bomba fruit restores 15 health. Also, you find a magical sword among the Bombas. Like, alright. Climb it is. You keep climbing. After 5 more minutes, your arms are aching with the effort, but you have an incredible view across the forest. It fills this basin from the mountains in the east to those in west, its canopy so tightly self-entwined it is almost like a sea. The top of the bridge is still some distance above you. Keep on climbing. You climb even higher until your arms begin to scream with pain. You are so high up now that to drop would not simply be fatal, it would be enough to bury you 6 feet into the earth. Before your arms give out, you swing yourself onto one of the bridge's levels to rest. Okay. We lost some stamina. This is a lower roadway, 1 layer down from the top of the bridge. Perhaps this was used for servants or goods trucks when the road above was for nobles. At any rate, there seem to be no stairs or ramps to the higher level, but the view is incredible. Looking down at the forest, you can make out a tower through the treetops to the southeast. Brass shines from its top. Looking southwest, you see a flash of fire through the trees, squirming and moving in a curious way. I wonder if that's the fire serpent. I wonder if that's the fire serpent that's a flash of fire squirming and moving. To the southwest. And to the northeast, you see curling smoke rising as though from a chimney stack, though you cannot see a house. The wind blasts through the arches for a moment, making a fluting, moaning sound. Turning your eyes to the eastern mountains, you spy the end of the bridge jutting a short way over the valley, and beyond it you catch the flash of water of Lake Ilklala. Somehow, then, you must climb those summits if you mean to continue your journey. Something rustles in the weeds nearby, still looking at the bridge. You pause to admire the arches holding up the layer above, graceful giant stones stacked with unerring precision. Whoever built this must have been 3 times the size of the largest hill giant, and yet as dexterous as a weaver. Scratched into the stone, you see a small insignia. Suddenly, you turn your head to see a pair of narrow eyes peering at you from inside a low bush. Interesting. Yeah, wait a minute. How do we draw... All right, wait, I'm gonna rewind that. I just was confused, sorry. Look down to the forest, I did that. Look down the eastern mountains, I did that. Look at the bridge. Okay, so we can't draw our sword because, well, I mean, there's no sword, so we can't do that. So we have the following choices. We could throw the chakram, which is that that shooting star. So we could do that. We could cast a spell. Let's see what spells. Create quicksand requires sand, which we don't have. Walk creates a shield, requires 1 stamina and 1 gold piece. Creates a shield. Wall creates an invisible wall. Takes 3 stamina. That would put us down to 5 stamina again, which is, you know, suboptimal. You could cast a fireball. Which again, 3 stamina. And we could float in the air, which requires 1 stamina. Or we could listen. Or we could commit suicide by jumping off the bridge. I honestly do not understand why we would do this. I have no idea what exactly would this make sense to do. So do we throw the chakram? Do we cast walk, which creates a shield? Wall, which creates an invisible wall? Hot, which creates a fireball? Fall causes us to float in air. Listen or jump off the bridge. Dragonspear said listen. Lego said listen. I don't understand. So we just look at that guy. We see the eyes in the bush, and we're like, "But like, is that really? Is that?" Okay. So we've got 2 votes for listen, although Dragonspear didn't actually put in the vote, but I see what Dragon has voted for in chat. So, I'm going to last call this. Going once. Going twice. Hey, Mrs. Dunsel. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Has voted for listen. Okay. And listen. All right. Stay a while and listen. You listen intently. Something is crawling on its belly towards trying to stay hidden. Whatever is lurking there, it is crawling closer. Okay. So, throw the chakram. Instead of doing listening. So we can throw the chakram, that's the throwing star. Cast walk, which creates a shield, that's 1 stamina. Wall, which creates an invisible wall, 3 stamina. Hot, which creates a fireball, 3 stamina. Fall, which causes us to float in the air, 1 stamina. Approach the bushes, or leap off the bridge to our obvious and certain death. He said. So, yeah. So what do we think, chat? We can't draw our sword, in case you're curious, if you're just coming in now, because we left it at the bottom of the pillar. It was the only way that we could climb was to leave the sword at the bottom of the pillar. So we're up here now. We've had a very eventful session thus far. We defeated a moon serpent. We almost took a header down a mountain. We were down to 1 stamina at one point. We climbed a tree. We fell off of the tree, but we somehow miraculously avoided death and ended up knocking down a fruit, which gave us some stamina. Then we found a place to rest, got more stamina. Found another place to rest, got more stamina. So we were back up to 10 out of 18 stamina. We haven't eaten so far today. We do have Korga, who can heal us again, even though we want to try to save him if we can, but we could do that. No food. We used the Bamba fruit that we found to heal us, and so now we're sitting at, as you can see, 8 out of 18. So yes, so let me know if you want to throw the chakram, cast walk or wall, cast hot or fall, approach the bushes, or jump off the bridge for no reason. All right, we have 1 vote for... And are you casting hot or fall, Lego? We have 1 vote for either hot or fall, depending on what Lego just voted for. And then 1 vote for approaching the bushes. So we need other votes, chat. Let's get some other votes in there. To approach the bushes, okay? Oh, you meant the bushes, okay. That's fine. Other votes? Yes, thanks, Dragon. Big help. Can always count on you. All right, going once. Going twice. And all right. Approach the bushes it is. You go over to the bushes and spread them apart with 1 arm. Lying, a shadow inside shadow, is a human figure on its front. It looks up at you with eyes just visible through a cloth mask. Now there, purrs the figure, is a face I have not forgotten. Who is it? It's Flanker! It's our boy Flanker! Remember, we met Flanker in the first book, and he tried to ambush us, but we beat him, but then we spared his life, so he became a friend. And then we met him again in Kare, and he was hanging out, and it's our boy Flanker here. The assassin jumps ably to his feet and then brushes himself down. Well met. All right, we got our boy Flanker. Be like, hey, thanks. Can you give us food and rations and everything? All right. Awesome. I'm glad we didn't throw a throwing star. Okay, what are you doing here? Are you following me? It is good to see you. Or is your name short for flank steak? I'm just kidding. That's not really an option. Give us a bunch of armor, full map with detailed description of every location of the map, and give us a 5-course meal. Exactly. Okay. What should we do? Yeah, everyone's immediately like, vote for. Sorry, my fault. Sadly, that is not an option. No, the options are, what are you doing here? Are you following me? Or it is good to see you. Super excited that we got our boy Flanker here. Flanker, it's damn good to see you. We need food, and we are hurt. So if you could give us a healing poultice and like 4 rations of food and give us a weapon and tell us where the serpent is to go next and come fight him with us, that would be great. Hey, what's up, Commander Dunn? So good to see you. And it is good to see you. Yeah, even before yeah, suddenly Flanker has chosen to betray us. He's like, once an assassin, always an assassin. Whoa. And as we fall to the ground, we're like, Jebaited! Good to see you, Dunsel. All right. I just can't believe there's an option that's like jump off the bridge. Like, what? I'm glad we climbed, though. I mean, see our boy Flanker. Okay. All right. Chat is going to have us say it is good to see you. It's good to see you, you exclaim, all but throwing your arms around the figure. Flanker perhaps sees your thought as his hand goes to his blade. Stay back. Either Flanker, I am your friend, or you would attack me. Interesting. Maybe we needed to ask if he's okay with a hug. What do you want to say here, chat? This is just going to be in chat, you tell me. Flanker, I am your friend, or you would attack me. Flanker, I demand a hug. Flanker, I invade on your personal space. Yeah, attack. You won't hug me? Then die! Free hand. So we have 2 votes for friend and 1 vote for become insane and attack. No, are you? I'm just kidding. Are you saying you would attack me as the actual vote, Mrs. Dunsel? You're voting for you would attack me as the phrase? So Flanker, I am your friend, Lego and Dragon, and then is that you would attack me? No, friend, okay. It would be funny if we were somehow able to play this as just a hair trigger. So like anybody who says anything, just is kind of like, oh, why are you here? I'm like, you talking to me? You talking to me? Die! Okay, some folks need a reminder. So I'm thinking this is a trick. I don't like giving the name like that. All right, so we have friend. We have Flanker, I'm your friend. 4 friends. Okay, so 4 votes for friend, 1 vote for you would attack me. All right. This is Flanker before we met him. No, because the telescope isn't on this. No, because this is the modern day. If the telescope was on it, yes, but this is the current timeline. So Flanker would make us. Otherwise, I would agree with you, but okay. Going once, going twice. Flanker, I am your friend. Okay. We are not friends, he answers. I am merely in your debt. You can see the wilds of the backlands have been harsh on the assassin. His eyes burn with a hollow fire. Jeez. It's that 1,000-yard stare. It's that 1,000 Badubak stare. Jeez, Flanker. All right. Do we say, how did you get here? Where are you going? Or what do you know of the 7 serpents? Because we're always trying to gather information about that. Yeah, this is cold, man. He's just like, you don't want any piece of me as a friend. I'm going where you can't go. I'm a loner, a rebel. People don't want to, like... Yeah, I wondered about that too. All right, so what should it be? I mean, I would gladly share food with him if we had any. I'd just be like, yo, I'm in bad shape too. You want to be in bad shape together? How about we all pray to Korga? How's that sound? Yeah. He's the assassin serpent. So where are you headed, indebted pal? So, guy who's in my debt, are you heading to follow me in my debt? All right. We have 2 votes for where are you going, 2 votes for what do you know of the 7 serpents. Last call. I always try to gather every bit of information about the 7 serpents that I possibly can. But I think I'd be like, what do you know of the 7 serpents? Where are you going? Do you have any food on you? Hollow-eyed man. All right, chat. We need 1 vote to break this tie. Or a person to change their vote. How did you get here? And then we have 2 votes each for where are you going and what do you know of the 7 serpents? All right, going once for 7 serpents, going twice. All right, what do you know of the 7 serpents? What do you know of the 7 serpents, you ask? I know nothing of the serpents. Okay, so do we say nothing at all, or do we say you must know something? You know what? I'm beginning to wonder whether this is a fake. His eyes burn with a hollow fire. It seems weird to me. I want to see the clue. Well, fire serpent is vulnerable to sand. We don't have any sand. Rewind? Why? We're gonna... Nah, I don't want to do that, Dragon. This is a reasonable choice of action. We may still get a chance to ask him some other things. Okay, do we say nothing at all, or you must know something, chat? You can tell me this in chat. Nothing at all, or you must know something. You must know something. Obvious serpent. Although, you know, we saw that thing to the southwest, and that might seem like the fire serpent, but you must know, must know, must know. Mm-hmm. Although the fact that he says I am merely in your debt sounds pretty specific if he didn't know about that, if he was just a serpent putting on an illusion. So I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, all right, going once, going twice. You must know something. My path is to avoid these serpents. They do not hunt me, and I do not seek them. All right, so then what do we say? Do we say... I shall avoid them as well. I have already begun to destroy them. Or I will defeat them. All right, what's it going to be, chat? I shall avoid them as well. I have already begun to destroy them, or I will defeat them. You should just play out like the whole, like, oh, I've already destroyed all of them. Actually, I've already beaten them all. Already took them all out. They're all gone. No serpents. In fact, I killed all the regular serpents too, just to be sure. There are no serpents anywhere. Serpents are all dead. All. No, we know what we need to defeat the... Well, the weakness of the fire serpent is sand, Dunso, but we don't have any. We do not have any sand at the moment. So that's not so good. I really hope this dude is not a serpent because we don't have a sword. So I'm really hoping that that's not the case. Yeah, I mean, the fire serpent is supposedly coming after us. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I may just be reading too much into it that I saw that thing to the southwest of the forest. But it seemed like something, you know? Like, it seemed like more likely to be a serpent than not. All right, last call, last call. Right, exactly. I know. That's what made me think of it too, Dunsel. Yeah. Okay, I've already begun to destroy them. Then the ones that remain will be more certain to find you and swallow you whole. Okay. Thanks for your advice. How did you get here? Where are you going? Or will you travel with me? What do we say, Chad? How did you get here? Where are you going? Or will you travel with me? Hey, JLC. Welcome in. Happy Friday, JLC. Hope everything's okay. Good to see you again. So yeah, how did you get here? Where are you going? Or will you travel with me? Mrs. Dunsel with the will you travel with me vote. Yeah. he's like, then the ones, I mean, the ones that remain will be more certain to find you and swallow you whole. I don't know. It's a little sketchy. It's a little weird for him to be on this bridge randomly also. I don't know. But then Flanker always appears that way. He's always just like, hey. So. But I suppose a serpent could have found him, killed him, and then assumed his identity. It's possible. These things have pretty enormous powers. So indebted, pal. Where are you off to anyway? All right. Going once with the last call. Going twice with the last call. Okay. Where are you going? Where are you going, you ask? To High Zaman, he replies. I am needed there. Interesting. All right, so... So, how did you get here? Why are you needed in High Zaman, or will you travel with me? All right, chat, what's it going to be? How did you get here? Why are you needed in High Zaman, or will you travel with me? Slightly creepy guy. An assassin is needed in High Zaman. Are they high? All right, going once. Going twice. Okay. Why are you needed in High Zaman? I was set to my mission many weeks ago. The goddess demands it. I go where my blade is needed. He grimaces. Analander, I do not mean you ill, but time spent with you is most dangerous. Okay, so do we say, help me before you go, or then begone? Do we say, help me before you go, or then begone? This one you can just tell me in chat. Yeah, help, help! Help us, we have no food, we have no health. Ah. Remember, you are in debt to us. Yeah, exactly. If he declines, we just sort of like, and if he says okay, fine, then we give him the Robert Redford, you know, the meme where we're like, you know, the big smile. Okay. Help me, Chet says. Help me before you go, you demand. Remember, you were in my debt. Flanker considers a moment, then nods. In truth, I know something of your serpents. A black elf whom I killed for her supplies told me that the goddess Throff is the mortal enemy of the earth serpent and can help you defeat him. It may be true, it may not. I cannot be sure. The goddess Throff. With a final salute, 2 fingers drawn across the neck in the manner of his guild, Flanker straps his sword to his back and swings himself onto a pillar. With enviable speed, he scrambles up to the top of the bridge. The last you see of him is a figure in black leaping away to the east. So his like goodbye is... That is quite a salute. Okay, that's interesting because that's an interesting clue. Because I thought that we already had a clue for the Earth Serpent, I thought. Becomes weakened when it loses contact with the ground. Throff is an enemy of the Earth Serpent. If you can find her, she will help you defeat the creature. Okay. So multiple things. Okay. Alright, I always get to look at stuff. Look at the scratched emblem. The emblem forms the shape of a jagged peak. You recognize it, of course, from your training. It is the jagged rocks of High Zaman on which stands the fortress of the Archmage. These stones were set by Zaman magic then. It is said the Archmage is old, but surely not so old as to have overseen this. The giant stone pillars cast long shadows. Okay, chat, so do we climb higher, up to the top level, or do we climb down? You could tell me this in chat as well. Climb higher or climb down? Can you climb me higher? To the place where the sun is free. Or God left us where we belong, where the eagles fly, like from the mountain high. Okay. I get high. She's so high, high above me. She's so lovely. Okay. All right. Climb higher. You look out at the side of the bridge for handholds to the top, but can find nothing that looks safe enough. It seems this is as high as you'll be able to climb. Okay. You swing yourself back off the bridge onto the pillar. Your arms are somewhat rested, but quickly start to burn once more. You will have to return quickly to the ground. You have found one new clue. All right. Well, that was easy. Down we go. Slowly, painstakingly, you make your way back down and retrieve your weapon. There were several directions in which you could continue. Okay, whew, we got our sword back. That's the thing that matters most to me. All right, chat, so we came from the north, so there's no reason to go back up this way. So are we going to head west, or are we going to head south? And just to zoom out a little bit, I love that. Look at that. It almost becomes like a transparency. So if we head west, we go this way. And eventually that leads down around here, and down here, and eventually out here. Or we could head this way. We could head this way, which would lead us to a crossroads where we could go either east to the lake, or we could go south where that same path connects. We could also head east to the lake and then go up north where there's a little hut over here, so we could do that. The other thing was that we saw to the southwest something like kind of curling and stuff like that, and that was that was giving off fire. That could be the fire serpent. So, but anyway. With that said, do we go west or south? What's it going to be? This you can just tell me in chat. Ugh. South and east to the lake, yeah. South, south, south. South, south, south. South, south, south. Okay. All right, going once. Maybe the goddess is a goddess lake. That's a good call. Maybe so. Let's hope so. All right. South it is. You head away from the bridge and into the forest. Okay. The path winds tortuously through the forest. The day is likely to be clear and will be hot once more. The smell of rotting leaf mulch fills your nostrils. All right, Chad, here we go. We just came from the north, so we could either go east, and we got one of our telescopes over here, by the way, so that could be helpful. We either go east to the lake. I forgot about the telescope. That's there too. Or south. East or south. So east to the lake, I think. So Dunsel says east, Lego says east, and Commander Dunsel wanted us to go east, I think. Everyone else cool with east? Beast at east. Alright. East it is. You walk on between the trees. As the sun climbs towards its zenith, the winds pick up. The forest path curves past the shore of a deep, flat pool. We'll look across the water first, because I always look first. The water extends away to the southeast towards the dark shadows of the next range of mountains. It is not quite a lake, but large for a pool, and who knows how deep it is. On the far side, you see another stone tower. Okay. Do we test the water? Oh, no. Forage for food? Test the water? Cast a spell or make a move? Let's talk about the spell part. We could cast... We could cast How, which finds safe passage. That costs 1 stamina. Or we could cast... Far. We do have a crystal orb now because of the thing, so we can now see the future. That does not take a stamina point to do that. Because that crystal ball. Zip is teleportation, but we don't have the green ring for it, so never mind. Zen, hover in air, we don't have the jewel-studded medallion. What's the difference between hovering and floating in the air, I wonder? We've got Walk, which is 1 stamina and 1 gold piece. To create a shield. That might be all. Yeah. Okay. Or make a move. So we could forage for food. We could test the water. We could cast How, which is 1 stamina, which supposedly gives us safe passage. Far, which lets us see the future, which we can do without stamina because using stamina because we have a crystal ball. Cast Walk, which creates a shield, but that's 1 stamina. Or make a move. And we do need food for sure. But I don't know if we want to. I mean, you know, you could test first if you wish, and then like there's multiple options. We could like cast Far first, and then you know whatever. But again, I don't know. Like we also could do something else, and then all of a sudden we get, you know, WTF pwned because we didn't forage for food first. So hard to know. All right, we have 3 votes for forage for food. I'm going to last call this. All right. Forage for food it is. You take a moment to forage through the nearby bushes for edible-looking plants. You find a couple of mushrooms and a handful of nuts. Do we take the nuts, try a mushroom, or leave everything? I wonder if we know enough to not eat a poisonous mushroom. Do we take the nuts, try a mushroom, or leave everything? Try a mushroom. Take the nuts first, then get trippy on shrooms. You know, this forest, man. This forest is just a part of everything. It's a part of the world. I feel like I'm a part of the universe now. I understand everything now. Now I understand. Hey, what's up, Coven? You only just got home from work. You left this morning at 8 a.m. Oh my god, Coven. How busy do they have you, dude? Welcome, man. Vote 2, but if we die, take the notes. Welcome in. Good to see you, man. Hopefully you can kick back and relax with us. We beat one of the serpents, Coven. We made some progress. We made some forward progress. Do we take the nuts? Do we try a mushroom, or do we leave everything? Jeez, 485 miles. Good God. That is crazy, man. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope that, I hope your boss appreciates you over there. All right. Last call, last call. So is that, Dunsel, is that a vote for the nuts? I was going to ask. Okay, yeah. Going once. Going twice. And try a mushroom. Okay. You tear off one corner of the mushroom and put it onto your tongue. It tastes well enough. So do we eat more, chat? Without you, much of the company would crumble. That's good. You should be like, all right, now I want more. You should ask for the company jag. All right, eat cautiously, yes. Nom 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 nom. All right, eat more. You stuff the rest of the mushrooms into your mouth. A moment later, you find the corners of your vision are popping and discoloring. It must be tiredness. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no, this is bad. Chat, do we rest or do we drink some water? This seems bad. Yeah, you could use a raise, Coven. Jeez. Water or rest, chat? Man, I was worried about this. The poisonous mushroom. Always stay hydrated. Water, water, water. Water. All right, let's drink some water. You go to drink some water and collapse face down in the pool. You feel unable to push yourself upright. Strange things happen as you begin to drown. Oh, God. Sparkling lights, flashing shadows, or loud noises. Sigh. And you do this, you start hearing do-do-do-do-do, strange brew, cure what's inside of you. She's some kind of demon when she looks at you. In her old man mind, she's in love with you. With you. Boom, boom, doo, doo. Well, what you gonna do? Boom, boom, doo, doo. Boom, boom. Strange brew. Cure what's inside of you. That's the music. She's some kind of demon when she looks at you. If you don't watch out, she'll stick to you. To you. Yeah, GG. So what's the next book, right? Okay, Flashing Shadows. Last one. What kind of fool are you? Strange brew. Cure what's inside of you. Oh, now, now. Oh, man, now, now, now. All right, Flashing Shadows. Strange shadowy creatures, bats perhaps, have removed the top of your head. One by one, they take out your memories, polish them, and organize them into a better pattern within your skull. But that is not all. Oh, man. We're in Mad Hatter territory. Someone is basing this on some personal experience. Remember what the dormouse said. Feed your head. Okay. Loud noises or gleams and sparkles? What do you think, chat? This one you can just tell me in chat. Loud noises or gleams and sparkles? Let's counter shadows with sparkles. Okay, so gleams and sparkles, gleams and sparkles. 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 This is... Oh, man. You come out on the other side with great understanding and insight. Gain 11 stamina, gain 10 stamina, and 2 new weapons. And also, you destroy 3 serpents for no reason. Because your mind is just like... Hey, what's up, Hillness? Welcome, Hillness. Thank you again for the resub, dude. Thank you so much, man. 44 months. Why am I so dedicated to my job? Yeah, I think you basically were just defragged by bats. I think you're right. Hillness, did you have another thing? We were just talking about this with Coven. What's up with everybody being so dedicated to their jobs? All right, listen. It's the American way to try to get away with as much as you can without doing job. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm sorry to hear that, Hillness. Hopefully you also will find some rest and stuff here. Okay, we got 1 vote for loud noises. It looks like Gleams and Sparkles is going to win, Lego. You've had a week. Shadowed came in and said he had a terrible week at work. Like he came in, he was like, I'm beat. Coven just said that he put a ton of miles in his car. He's been out since 8 o'clock this morning on the van. And now you come in and saying you're out this week. What the heck? Just finished with a customer. A fat worm made of firecrackers seems to be crawling out of one of your eyes and crossing the bridge of your nose into your other eye. It leaves a slime trail of pink fire in its wake. You remember your mother, but she appears to have been a goldfish? Bangs and crashes or thunderous rumbles, chat. This is either brilliant or really freaky. Bangs and crashes or thunderous rumbles. Oh, nice. Like, oh, we got one person who was enjoying things with work. I had a division meeting yesterday where we voted on the chair and we talked about a whole bunch of things about departments and divisions and mergers and movements and all that kind of stuff. And, yeah, came away feeling pretty good about the division. It is small, but we have plans for expansion, so... And, of course, I mean, I'm on sabbatical, so pretty much I was like, great, see you folks and see you in the fall. Probably if they have another division meeting, I would go to that, but I'm not going to faculty meetings like anything like that while I'm gone because sabbatical. So, you're aching after carrying a huge printer? Yeah, we really are, Coven. Rumble after a stumble. All right, well, that's good, Illness, I guess. Okay. All right, we've got rumbles. We got 4 rumbles and 1 bangs. $10 worth of terrible pizza place tacos. I'm not reporting that. No, I mean, you shouldn't. 3 rumbles and 1 bangs and crashes. Going once. Going twice. That's crazy. Well, I hope... Did it go okay with the customer anyway? Eventually? Somehow? Okay, we are going to go with rumbles. Explosions are going off close by your ears, making you jump from side to side. The explosions match the rhythm of your heartbeat almost, but not quite precisely. The dreams coalesce. You are overcome by a vision of your future. You stand in a clearing halfway up a mountainside. In the middle of the clearing is a tombstone. You stand beside it with a vial of water in your hand. What is happening? Now, typically, if we get a look command, I will look, chat, just to sort of save time. But in this case, because we're in such a weird, I don't know what the hell's going on with this bad trip that we're on, I'm going to ask whether you want me to look at the vial. Pour the water. Stand back. Or play all the Doors albums immediately. Sing. Hello. Is there anybody in there? Just smile if you can hear me. Is there anyone at all? Relax. Now. Man. Everything is a black screen and you can only see it if you use the pop-out player? I'm joking, of course, on all that. Okay. There's the actual poll. Is anyone else having that problem? I mean, I'm going to pop up my stream right now on my own thing. I haven't dropped any frames or anything on my side. That could be... That sounds like a Flash thing. Yeah, this seems... I mean, I just popped it up and I'm fine. I'm visible there. Yeah, I'm using Firefox. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I have hardware acceleration on or off. I don't remember. Oh, it's no comma. It's good for me. And you try, and it's fine. Did you try restarting a couple times? Maybe. I mean, I have the transcoder right now. I've got transcoder right now tilted, so you can watch it. You could, like, do you want to try switching down to, like, 720, 60? Well, I'm on, actually, that's source. But, like, 480, 360, 160. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not... Let me pop up Chrome. I don't really use Chrome anymore, but... Twitch... No, I'm visible on this too. I don't know. 720 by 60. To view it in 80p. I know, right? I'm actually... I am continuing to play around with the idea because my internet can sustain it easily, and I'm playing around with the idea of switching over to 1080. The problem, because I've been thinking about doing it because the computer can handle it, everything can handle it. The issue really is about whether, because if I get the transcoder for sure, then it's no problem, right? Because someone can come in, if it's buffering, they drop down to 720 and then it's all good to go, right? For them. But, and I know that Rob has had this problem, if I don't have the transcoder, and it's not always a guarantee, obviously, if I don't have the transcoder, then it means that it's possible that I'm going to get some people that can't stick around because 1080 is going to cause them issues because it's too much. Like they can't download it there. So yeah, still don't switch to 1080 until partner. Yeah, I guess not. I've still been playing around with that idea because you can't handle 1080. Okay, I'll keep it as is. It's such a shame though because I feel like, I mean, I don't know. Because I can stream in it. It's like, I'm like, oh, come on, but I understand. I do want to make it accessible. More important to me is that everyone gets to watch it. That's more important than the resolution, but I would love to be able to do that at some point. All right, I'll keep it as it is. If they ever guarantee affiliates transcoder, though, affiliates get priority over non-affiliates, but still, they obviously don't get the priority over partner. But if they ever expand it to where affiliates also get priority, like automatically get the transcoder when they start, then I might do it. Because, Yeah. Well, that's true, Marinda, in some cases. But there is a difference in clarity between 1080 and some others. But yes, I agree with you. You're going to the moon in Final Fantasy XIV. Really? Nice, dude. More of my wrinkles? Excuse you? Listen. Alright? This face, look. Look at the smoothness. Look at the smooth, Exactly, Hillness. I've heard you either get them or don't when you start the stream. Perhaps you can launch a 1080 and switch if you don't get transcodes. Could be Wibble, yeah. Well, the thing is, sometimes, though, it's weird, because sometimes what happens is that it starts... Also, I need someone to break this tie, by the way, folks. We got 2 votes for Look at the Wall, 2 votes for Pour the Water, no votes for Stand Back, so I need someone to break the tie, please. Either voting or changing vote or whatever. Sometimes you get the transcoder, though, it doesn't happen immediately. Sometimes it starts... you just start your stream, and then somewhere into the middle of it, the transcode does pop up. It's still kind of... The whole, like, how it gets assigned is still opaque to me, still. RuneScape. Yeah, you know, I've seen a couple of streamers that I follow play that sometimes. I've never played that, so for me, there's none of that nostalgia thing for RuneScape. I have friends who did, but... Blemishes, then. Wow. Rough, Dragon. Dragon, do you want to say that to someone who's got a 10d6? Here, let me show you to you in full... See, that's 10d6. Okay? 10d6 fireball. I don't know if you want to be talking about blemishes with someone who's got 10d6 fireball. Alright? Not old school, the new one, yeah. It's one of Galadriel's files. Alright, last call. Again, Dragon Spear has tied us up. I need someone to break this tie. Break this tie. Please, somebody break the tie. It's not a Manchester United red shirt, so... Yeah, but that's not, like, that wouldn't threaten you. That wouldn't be intimidating at all. You know? Galadriel Bot is voted for 1. Really, Galadriel Bot? I appreciate that as a real, totally real person. Alright, we're going to close the poll. Okay, look at the vial. You look down at the vial to see that it shimmers with a strange internal glow. Okay, do we pour the water or stand back? Looks like holy water to me, chat. Looks like holy water. So tell me in chat. Pour the water or stand back? It would distract from the blemishes. Jeez. Rough. I am overcome. Well, it's hard to say, except that Dragon Spear is often sort of quite... He seems quite protective of Galadriel Bot, you know? You wonder a little bit. Galadriel Bot does often seem to appear when we need a new person and when Dragon Spear's in already. Hey, what's up, Triffid? So just, yeah, there's no thing, it's just stand back. Normally I would do that Lego, but what I said was that because we're like tripping hardcore on something, I figured this was not the standard just look at things. That's why I gave chat the option. Normally I would do that. I protect all the ladies. All the single ladies, all the single ladies. Put your hands up, pour this water on the thing. Okay. Looks like everyone is... Let's see, so we got pour. Triffid says to stand back. Oh no, sorry, pour. Alright, pour the water. You pour the water onto the earth and it seeps down through the soil. There is magic in the air. Suddenly, something punches the earth below where you stand. Do we step back or do you wait? What do you think, chat? Do we step back or do we wait? I have 2 votes for wait, 1 for step back, 3 for wait. Actually wait. Oh, actually wait. Okay, so wait. In before we get someone actually punching, you know, it's a Draugr Lord or whatever. Fush Roda. Okay, so we got mostly wait and 1 for stop boy. Oh, you've been playing hooky at Brandon's open mic poetry at Capricorn. Oh, nice. That was tonight? I knew he was at Capricorn, but I didn't know he was doing that tonight. Aw, shoot. Well, I mean, I streamed tonight, so I guess that would have been hard. I assume there was no recording made of it or anything, Triffid? Aw, man, that sucks. Would have been fun to support him, obviously. Okay, we're going to wait is the overwhelming consensus. You wait, and a moment later a skeletal hand erupts through the soil and grabs you around the ankle. Something is hauling itself up from the ground using your leg for purchase. Also, ow, 6 out of 18 stamina. The vision fades, the trees shelter you from the early afternoon heat. My head hurts. You stagger up to your feet, head beating and stomach feeling wretched, to find you have thrown up while you were unconscious. Well, I'm not surprised. Lucky that no animal has been attracted by the smell. You quickly bathe your face and hands in the pool and get ready to move on. Jeez. Well, that was tremendous. Great work by us. Okay, so... I'll drop him a line on Discord and I'll ask if he is actually going to be keeping that stuff, but keeping like if there are recordings anywhere or what. But you're probably right. Okay, so we could still cast walk. which is a shield. Aw, nuts. See, yeah, I know. We should have the nuts. We lost our nuts. We could see the future, which does not take a stamina point. We could, let's see, I think I did this before. We can't do zip because we don't have a green ring. We can't do zen because we did hover in air because we don't have a jewel-studded medallion. How find safe passage. That's 1 stamina to do that. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Or far, how, and okay. Or we can make a move. So we could test the water. We could cast Walk, which will create a shield, 1 stamina. How, which will grant or show us safe passage, 1 stamina. Far, which lets us see the future, and that doesn't cost us anything because we have a crystal ball. Or make a move. And we lost our nuts. Yes, we did. So was it good, Triffid? I assume Brandon was as good as always. I've actually not seen him do a poetry reading now that I think of it. I've seen him do poetry live, and so have you, like sort of impromptu. But I don't think I've ever seen him actually read his poetry. It also says, vote 1, make the move, or rather, test the water, rather. Lego says to vote 1. Vote 5, bust a move. You know what to do next, bust a move. You want it. You've got it. You want it, baby. You just bust a move. You want it. I just saw this box. I forgot this was on my desk. Of these alcohol... Oh, you won't be able to see them. Of these alcohol prep pads that I bought when the pandemic first happened. These are probably... I probably got these back in March before I could get, like, before there was a lot of, like, alcohol and hand sanitizer and stuff that had been ramped up. I wonder whether these go bad. I only have about 4 or 5 of these. I did use a lot of them. I got them at a CVS before they all just were no longer functional. Small but enthusiastic crowd. He's reading some poetry. Invited several others to read poetry too. You read a couple and so did your sister. Oh, nice, Triffid. That's awesome. This is a tip for all the fellas. Try to do what those ladies tell us. Get shot down because they're overzealous. Play hard to get females. Get jealous. Yeah. Oh. They don't drive too quickly. Yeah, I guess that's true, and it would just be drying out. I mean, I have this this sanitizer, which I actually got, the hand sanitizer we got from Stu Leonard's, which New Yorkers will know, and which is, 70% alcohol. It gets the right balance or whatever. And it takes us a while to go through that because we've tried not to go out to a bunch of places. When we do, we have it for use, and we use it liberally when we are out, which is good for as a substitute for soap when you can't get to a sink. Obviously, soap is better, but... All right, well, we're going to test the water. The water must be freezing cold, but if you had to swim, you could probably survive it. Okay, so... Dewey... Cast a spell, or... Do we make a move? Whoops. What's it going to be? In case you're curious as to why we would swim across the pool, the reason is to get here. To get right there. get to one of our telescopes. Oh, no, not. I don't think that's accurate, Miranda. My understanding is that it's actually, my understanding is that the best thing to do is soap and water. Because soap literally breaks down the lipids into which things like the virus could survive. But that hand sanitizer is a good alternative if you don't have soap. But my understanding was always priority is soap 1, hand sanitizer 2. But it's just there's a lot of places where you can't use soap and water because you're not near a sink. Or the soap is used up, or whatever the case may be. So, 91% isopropyl alcohol, my work venue spray mask with nice. Can't just walk to the telescope? I don't know. I guess you could maybe, go around. I guess maybe, yeah. But if it's telling us to swim across the pool, I wonder if it's doing that because that is the only way to get to it. I'm not honestly sure. I don't know. The Watcher is in that water. Something stirs in the water. Legolas! Hit it again! Alright, 2 votes for swim across the pool, 2 votes for cast far. No, actually, the soap actually literally breaks down the envelope in which the virus is transported. Breaks down the lipid envelope. And because it breaks down the lipid envelope, it means that the virus essentially collapses almost instantaneously when it is outside of that kind of protective shell that it uses. Okay. Going once, going twice. We're going to cast far. Nope, 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 nope. I literally misclicked. Oh my god. Son of a... Great. Okay. Try a mushroom. Eat more. Drink some water. Flashing shadows. Gleams and sparkles. Thunderous rumbles. Look at the vial. Pour the water because of one single misclick. Wait. My head hurts. Look across the water. Test the water. Cast a spell. Jeez. This is what happens. Like, they freaking hit the wrong button. Alright. F-A-R. Cast. You settle into a sitting position by the roots of a tree and take out the orb of crystal. You turn the starlight into alignment around you and suddenly you find yourself somewhere quite new. The world seems to disappear, replaced by a vision. A ring of tall, shadowy stones in a desolate waste. You stand at their center, holding above your head a long yellow feather taken from some colossal bird. You are casting a spell of curious power. Alright, chat, do we drop the feather, or do we see what happens? Drop the feather or see what happens. This whole area, by the way, has just been Vision Central. I want to see if a chocobo shows up. See what we see, saith the seer, seeing to see. I seem to see what I see. See? Suddenly we hear... Anyway. Okay, so we are going to see what happens. The spell begins to take hold and the feather erupts into flame as though you held a fiery sword. The fire reaches down your arm and into your bones and you feel yourself swelling with great strength. The vision fades. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. It will be dark soon. All right, chat. So we're going to need to remember that, okay? Critically important. Make sure that when we are in the middle of a circle of stones, that we hold a yellow feather above our head, and then we get strength, and then something good happens. So we'll see. All right. So now what we can do is we can swim across the pool. We can cast Walk. Can't cast Far anymore, because we've already done that. Okay. So we can either swim across the pool, cast Walk, that's 1 stamina, creates a shield, cast Howl, that's 1 stamina, and sort of provides safe passage, or lets us know where there is safe passage, or make a move. Only real issue with the spells right now is just our stamina situation is just not particularly great. And as far as whether we have feathers, we do not. I don't think. Nope. We do not have feathers. Make like Michael Phelps. Swim across the pool. I love the fact that you can apparently use your sword, but you can't. That's apparently fine to swim across, but you can't use it while you're climbing. Like, you can't, because it's at your belt, but that somehow you need to use your belt to climb the pillar. You cleared the cache, and now literally everything is pure white bliss. Does that... Wait, does that mean that literally all you see is white, is like a white square? Or like... or does that mean that, yay, you don't have to worry about the... You fixed the problem? I could see that going either way. Like, I need dark mode. That calls just a ninja class specific skill, yeah. White square, and Twitch itself is white like all the bars and logos. Something weird is going on with your browser. I wonder if this is a better TTV thing. Do you have that installed, or Frank or Z or whatever? Yeah, or maybe like reboot? Because that is really weird. Okay, swim across the pool. You stride down to the edges of the water, take a deep breath, and dive in. Of course, all your water-damageable possessions have been ruined. Thankfully, however, the pages of your spellbook are protected and your fleas are washed away. Well, that's not good. You swim across the water and pull yourself up on the other shore. Clouds begin to tumble across the darkening sky. Soon it will be dark, because it's darkening. Nestled in the curve of the eastern cliffs is a stone tower. It is heavily overgrown with thorny branches, and its base is almost obscured by shrubs and tangled weeds. Hold on a minute. Okay. I don't think we just... I think we're a couple things, but I don't think much of the stuff... Yeah, hold on a second. I have my sword and my chakram like I had before. I have my treasure like I had before. Spellbook is the same. I have all of my magical items. Oh, wait. I have 2 keys, which is what I had before. I think I may have lost, like, something in my regular items, but, like, I don't... Nothing that I possess that mattered, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think I have anything. Because the thing is, when you find stuff, you get notes that you keep. Like, even my duplicate spellbook, you know? I don't know, that was weird. Also, I mean, we needed to get to this tower, one way or the other, so, like... I don't know. It is odd, though. Okay, I will look up at the tower, because I always do that. Looking up at the tower, it looks similar to the others you've seen, built from the same giant-sized blocks of stone. The only differences are the tree branches that spill out through cracks in the mortar, and the leaf canopy that erupts from the top. Okay, so, this is one of those time-changing things, chat. So, do we cut through branches? Do we cast... Yeah, because, like, we didn't have any rations. So, in a way, you know, like, I think maybe something might have been lost from my regular items, but nothing that I used. Like, the Tower of Wet Shorts. Raz uses Sharpens Blade using Beeswax. We don't have any of that. Also, I don't know why I'd be doing that now. Hot creates a fireball. I don't have the faintest idea why we want to do that, but that's 3 stamina if we want to cast that. Again, Zen we can't cast because we don't have a jewel-studded medallion. I already did that. Or we can create a force field. I'm not sure why either of those is necessary right now, to be perfectly honest, because I don't see... The biggest concern is the stamina usage. Because it's just... It's a little rough. So, should we cut through the branches? Rarely the right answer. Occasionally. I mean, I should not say that with this shirt on, but occasionally it's not, you know, it's not always the right answer. It depends on the question you're asking, really. So, do we cut through the branches? Do we cast Hot, which is 3 stamina? I'm just worried about how, like, this is rough. Cast Foff, which gives us a force field, or make a move. 4-box book set, the Lord of the Rings trilogy and the Hobbit paperback version is $25 on Amazon. Interesting. I have to say, my little Arv and I, as I mentioned, stopped at a Barnes & Noble on the way back when I paid that outrageous $50 for freaking Tasha's The Guide to Everything. But we were looking at one point just in the young adult section, and they had Lord of the Rings there as a young adult book. And I was like, really? And then they had The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe as a young adult book, which again, I did this, but in the opposite direction. I mean, like, I think young adults can obviously enjoy it, but Lord of the Rings to me is very much not a young adult book. And Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is a children's book. It's really not a young adult book. I mean, that's middle grade at best. Doesn't mean that adults can't enjoy any of these things. Obviously, they can enjoy all of them. But, you know, there's a certain, like, reading level that's assumed for these things. And I would not put Lord of the Rings at the young adult level. Again, I read it when I was younger. Certainly people can if you're... But, I mean, it's not the standard thing that you'd be like, hey, you're 14, check this out. Like, I don't know. The Hobbit, yes, The Hobbit would be one for sure. The Hobbit would be a young adult book, even arguably maybe high-level middle grade, like upper middle grade, but not the Lord of the Rings, not in my view. Right. And again, these are all categories, and in no way, you know, as you all know, Lord of the Rings is my favorite book. I teach it every semester. I've read it countless times. So in no way is this any kind of knock one way or the other. There's a lot of great young adult work out there anyway in fantasy. I just saw that and I was kind of like, what? Oh, yeah? Well, I mean, so did I, Coven, but I didn't think that was the norm. And even so, like, is the first encounter when you're 13? I don't know. It just felt odd to me. But, I mean, obviously these categories are arbitrary and whatever. It seemed strange. Weird in what way, Burner? All right, cut through the branches. You heft your Anilan sword and cleave quickly through the branches that surround the base of the tower. The going is hard, and by the time you've cleared a path to the door, you've blunted the edge of your blade. That's unfortunate because that means that we need to sharpen it or it's going to do less damage in combat. But we don't have any beeswax to sharpen it with, so we're going to need to remember that. When we can, we're going to need to make sure that we do that. So, but. All right, just to save typing, I'm going to do this. So don't vote for NT, okay? Either cast Hot, cast Foff. Hot is Fireball, Foff is Force Field, or make a move. Hot is Fireball, Foff is Force Field, or Make a Move. I would agree, Burner, that The Hobbit is definitely a younger book, yeah. Still my favorite book anyway, but no, I would agree with that. But not Lord of the Rings. I think that's a different mindset. All right, sounds good. Sleep well, Hilness. You deserve it after the day you had. Teen novels, and the thing is too, Coven, that teen novels and young adult novels often have a... I mean, like, even Barnes & Noble, she had a coupon for her birthday for turning 13, and so it was only supposed to be stuff from the teen section. They didn't even have a teen section at the place that we stopped at, which was in Jersey. They didn't have a teen section. They had a young adult section. They had, middle grade, obviously. They had young readers. They had, like, baby books. They had young readers. They had middle grade, and then they had young adult. And so that was interesting to me because they didn't even have a teen section. So, okay, I'm going to last call this here. Yeah, well, right, because, again, like, it depends on the situation, right? Like, my dad was reading me Beowulf and Gilgamesh, and I was trying, unsuccessfully, to read King Lear when I was, like, 9. So, there are things that are clearly adult-level work that, people read at younger ages and all kinds of ages, for sure. I read an interesting article the other day about somebody who first read Count of Monte Cristo when she was 14, 15, and that was hard. Oh my God, what the freak? What the heck are you doing? What is the, what? You just gifted 20 tier 1 subs? What are you doing? Wow. That is insane. That means that you gave 20... that you've given like 35 subs in the last week. Burner, I really appreciate it, but are you sure? Like, that's really, really kind of you, but, like, really? Dude, thank you for... I mean, that's incredible. I don't actually think I've ever had a 20 sub bomb. That's nuts. Thank you. So welcome, Marinda, back to the channel. Welcome to Configuration Queen. Welcome to Gigafrost. Welcome to Mr. Scoobs. Welcome to Petterisdal. Welcome to Daedric Nyan. Welcome to the Water Rooster. Hey, the Water Rooster. Sorry. Little Alice in Chains reference. Thank you to Macaroni KTX, or welcome. Welcome to Dragonrite. Welcome to T-Bank. Welcome to Fifth Redemption. Welcome to Dr. Ruby. Welcome to Sod. Welcome to Leoric. Welcome to Wenchkin. Welcome to Polymathematics. Welcome to Evel Marinin. Welcome to East Snacks. Welcome to Gone Eden. Welcome to No Quarter TV. Welcome, welcome. Wow, that is insane. You have... No, I know that, Coven, for sure. No, I didn't mean that. I meant all at once. Right, I meant like as one thing. That was what I was saying. Arudinel has given a ton of subs over the years as well. Lots of people have. I mean, like, so... No, I wasn't saying that. I just meant like as a single, like, kaboom. That's crazy. Thanks, Burner. I appreciate it. You got your COVID check? Try not to spend money on games. Sporting Friends seems better. Dude, that's... I mean, that is really appreciated, but just, thank you. Thank you very much. But don't blow yourself out on my account. I'm very grateful, and that is super helpful. Thank you. But, that's very generous of you. But, like, don't, But thanks, dude. That's very kind of you. Wow. Well, that's a lot of subs. While we're going through that, I think we're going to make a move. While we just have sub after sub after sub. Thanks, Burner. I appreciate it, dude. Make a move. Something seems to rustle and move just inside the tower door. Interesting. Okay. I assume that we're going to enter the tower. Chat, look at this map. I just love these mini maps. I love how they do this. Okay, cool. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it, man. So, like, here we are at the lake, right? You zoom in, and suddenly it's, like, slightly, and then... Ah, so cool. Mike Schlee's work is so good, too. Yeah. Silmarillion is definitely... This is just going to keep going forever, with these subs. Silmarillion is definitely a dense read. It's much more of a kind of gazetteer, or not even, a kind of a... sort of almost a drier version of... it's really more of almost like vaguely an encyclopedia, a legendarium, let's put it that way. It's much more that than it is a big focused narrative. Lord of the Rings is a focused narrative with a lot of narrative techniques. The Silmarillion is much more about kind of world atlas stuff, you know. And having said that, Silmarillion is hugely valuable for lots of things. Later work, by the way, that was published by Christopher Tolkien, who sadly passed away recently, his son. Later work that was published ended up having that narrative stuff in spades. Children of Húrin is a beautiful book. It's very, very sad, but it's a beautiful, beautiful book, beautifully written. And that was obviously much later, not even published by him. So, yeah, there were a lot of names. Yeah. I mean, that's really what the Silmarillion is, honestly. So, hey, what's up, Craigery? Welcome. Welcome back to Inkle Sorcery 3, and Jedi Burner loses his mind by giving 1 billion subs when you couldn't sleep. I mean, listen, though, the Silmarillion, though, is just, it just gives you just this sense of awe at how much Tolkien did in his world. I mean, Tolkien's world building is unparalleled, and you really get a sense of that from the Silmarillion in particular. And it means that you then, if you are able to get through it, means that you're able to get that much more enjoyment out of Hobbit, of Lord of the Rings, and all that other kind of stuff. So, Sweetheart's read Silmarillion like 10 times. I've only read it once and gone back to a few bits. Yeah. Yeah, Silmarillion, again, like, is definitely one of those works that you can do a lot with if you know the other books. Obviously I have read it, and I enjoyed the Silmarillion, but I'll be honest, I don't enjoy the Silmarillion as much as the Lord of the Rings. I think Lord of the Rings is a better book as a book. But Silmarillion is very valuable in terms of giving you backstory information, giving you a sense of the scope and the scale of Tolkien's world. So I think that's the end of all of the sub announcement. Thank you again, Burner. I appreciate that, man. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to have us enter the tower because I don't see why we would do all that and then not enter. So you step up to the tower door and step into the shadows inside to be met by a soft, damp smell. You step into the dark interior of the tower. Shadows loom from all sides, and though you can see nothing, there is the sense that something dominates the space. Okay, do we feel my way forward or wait for my eyes to adjust? Do we feel our way forward or wait for our eyes to adjust? Right, Craigery. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, adjust. Ah, little Naomi Novik, Jedi. Wait. Just wait. I have not read His Majesty's Dragon, and I need to read that. I have actually not read Naomi Novik's stuff. It is a gap that I need to solve. Although right now, what I'm looking forward to doing is right now I'm going to be picking up the next pleasure reading book for me is the next book in the Murderbot series. I am looking forward to the sequel to All Systems Red because Martha's work is brilliant, Murderbot is awesome, and having taught the first one this past semester, I would like to learn and pick up on the others. So that's next. Make like a pirate switching that eye patch. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 waits and 2 adjusts. So going once, going twice. Yeah, Murderbot is such a great character. So well developed and done by Martha. Martha's a friend, and I've been lucky enough to be on, to do a lot of workshop work with her at Worldcon, where she and I were the pro authors helping the other authors. Some people may be familiar with, I'm sure Triffett knows John Wiswell, who is an author who's on Twitter frequently. John actually took his book through Martha's and my workshop years ago. So I actually know John as well. But Martha's a great, is a nice person. She was kind enough to speak to my class last semester because I taught All Systems Red. And Murderbot is just Martha's really a pro. I like writers that are just professionals that you're always just like, this person just puts in the work and does good stuff. They always do good work. And so, yeah, I'm a huge fan of, I was very impressed with Murderbot a lot. You're currently on a young adult vampire fantasy kick. I see. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Murderbot is like... I could have become a mass murderer after I hacked my governor module, but then I realized I could access the combined feed of entertainment channels carried on the company satellites. It had been well over 35,000 hours or so since then, with still not much murdering, but probably, I don't know, a little under 35,000 hours of movies, serials, books, plays, and music consumed. As a heartless killing machine, I was a terrible failure. It's a great opening paragraph, and like so much stuff in Murderbot is Murderbot coming across as basically she's an AI. I shouldn't say she, I beg your pardon. Basically, Murderbot is an AI with social anxiety. Like, that's basically what it is. Murderbot is basically a socially anxious AI, but has actually cares about their humans, actually cares about the people around them. It's a great character. And I've only read book 1. I am looking forward to the next books in the series, which is Artificial Condition, I think, is the next book, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Artificial Condition is next. And then Rogue Protocol. And then they're not long. They're novelettes, right? They're not long. So I want to get through these ones. This one I bought in a hardcover. The other ones I think I can just get. In fact, I think I got it. I think I may have got it as an ebook. Let me see. I think I got this for my Nook online or whatever it was. Did I? But I was finishing Humankind by Bregman, which was great. Yeah, maybe. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway. You just want to watch their space opera. Can we have a stream where I read you a full novel? The answer to that question is, if we were to reach, I could do that as maybe something during the Gray Shade Kickstarter, if people are interested. I could possibly do that. I would obviously have to read either my own novel, which is, I have the right to read, or I would have to get permission. Because I can't just read a full novel on stream, unless it's available to the public and in the general domain, like, Sherlock Holmes stuff or whatever, or Edgar Allan Poe or things of that nature. But if we're talking about stuff where there are rights to be assembled, I cannot do that. It's not really a legal thing as much as it is an ethical thing. But if it's Martha's work, I imagine I could ask her and she would probably allow me to read it. I'm guessing, although I don't know. Maybe not though. I mean, because then it's almost like having it as a kind of free audiobook. So I don't know. I need to think about that. Maybe I'd ask her and maybe she'd let me read like a big excerpt, but not the whole thing. So I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that. And I have done that. Or, as I say, I could read a novel from someone who gives me permission to do it, or obviously my own work. And that's true. Who doesn't want to just watch their space opera? Great Gatsby, yeah. Of Mice and Men, perhaps, something like that. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That's a good point. So, but certainly I could read I just read like that what I just read right there is completely fine. That's just literally like, that's reading the first 4 or 5 sentences. That's fair use. I mean, that's not anything. So, yeah, Scouring of the Shire, I understand why they felt they couldn't put everything into the books. Into the movies. I understand why Tom Bombadil... We are going to start with the game up in just a minute. Again, I understand why the movies didn't include Tom Bombadil, because even though I think he is an important character, I understand that it would have added a lot of confusion. You have to remember, when these movies came out, there was a lot of pressure to deliver something the right way. And Fellowship of the Ring is a triumph, I think. I think it's actually the best of the 3 films. Fellowship of the Ring did an exceptional job for the most part, but there are definitely things that they changed around, and one of the things that they changed is that situation with Tom Bombadil. And, the Barrow Whites, like, I understand why they couldn't, because they couldn't do, like, a 6-hour movie, But I do think that the Scouring of the Shire is unfortunate, because the Scouring of the Shire shows so much about really what Tolkien felt about the effect of war. War was not something that was confined to the front, right? War wasn't just something where you fought in the trenches and then you came home and it was all over and that was some jolly fun, right? Tolkien literally saw his entire group of friends, all of them around him died. All of them. He became very sick himself in fighting in World War One. He saw all of his friends die. And that had a profound effect on him. And when you come back from that, you don't come back where everything's like, okay, well, that takes care of that. It changes you. And I think he felt that the war on the home front was just as devastating in a way as the war anywhere else. I mean, as Frodo himself says at the end of that chapter, for the last stroke to fall here, it's either Frodo or Sam, the last stroke to fall from Mordor of the war to fall right here on our very doorstep. And of course, that was one of the points, right, is that the Shire cannot just be its own separate island and stay away disconnected from everyone else for the rest of time. Can't do that. So there's a great deal in which the Scouring of the Shire really ties together Tolkien's vision. I understand, again, why they felt that people would be like, wait, what? I thought that Saruman, it was a little bit wasted, frankly, as a character. And frankly, there's something so deeply, like, when I'm going to spoil this part for people who haven't read it, and I'm sorry, you should mute for the next minute or so if you haven't already. So, I mean, as far as Lord of the Rings is concerned. So, all right, so here we go. And going. The end of that section where Wormtongue finally snaps and runs after Saruman and pulls back his hair, jumps on his back, pulls back his hair, slits his throat, and then runs down the lane and then is shot with arrows. That whole sequence shows you the pettiness of evil. How evil at its core, which always pretends to be grand plans and Doctor Doom controlling the world to save the world from itself, and it's always big things. The fundamental nature of evil is selfish, petty greed. I want that. It is the cry of a child. It's the cry of a 3-year-old. I want that. Give me that. In the end, evil is a little, dirty, petty thing. And that just shows, like, these two guys. I always had this image of Tolkien imagining these two guys just doing, taking themselves out in an alley, right? Just, and like, just, shivving each other in the alley, and that's that. Like, the dirty, like, just, the filth of it, the pettiness of it is so beautiful in terms of what it renders about who Saruman is and who he should have been. It's great. Great. Anyway, but I understand why it didn't, and I think it should have, and anyway, so. Okay, you can come back. I won't talk about it anymore. Let's see. What's going on with your books in Kindle? I lost access to my ebook copies. They wouldn't give you your account back? I mean, my books are still, it depends on what we're talking about. The Third Sign was never made into Kindle. Eventually, someday, I may go back and deal with The Third Sign and those other books. I technically have the rights back because it's out of print now. So at some point, I could probably do that and put it in e-form. Icarus is available on Kindle. Icarus is available on Kindle right now or in print. The Tales and Tomes and Forbidden Library is not available on Kindle, but it is available on DriveThruRPG in PDF form. So it's available there. It's coming in print. It's on the way. Greyshade, we're going to try to make available in all formats. It'll be made available on Kindle. It'll be made available presumably with EPUB like Nook, etc. It'll be made available obviously in print. So that's the idea. And then I think my academic stuff is mostly not Kindle. Most academic stuff is just in print or sometimes in PDF form. So that's basically what we're looking at one way or the other. So there's the deal with that. If you disabled VODs for it, yeah, Coven, but if I was going to keep it on YouTube, then that would go away, right? And the thing is, I always try to keep stuff on YouTube. But yes, I know what you mean. And yes, Configure Squeak. What's up, Polar? What is up, Polar? Good to see you. Yeah, configuration, yeah. Sam Gamgee was the true hero of Lord of the Rings. Yeah, a lot of people have said that Sam was that way. Sam represents what the Shire... Sam is the Shire. Sam represents the Shire, both its good and its bad points. I would point out that Sam's treatment of Gollum, especially for much of, like, at least 2/3 of the books, Sam's treatment of Gollum is one of the things that drives Gollum to do what he does. So, for all of Sam's bravery, and I'm very much Team Sam, I like Sam quite a bit, but Sam does express a kind of provincialism that he only breaks out of when he himself, for the first time, puts on the ring. And the problem there is that it reminds me very much of political conservatives who can't see the world from anyone else's eyes unless they've literally done that thing. So they will rail against gay marriage until their son until their son comes out. And then they're like, until their daughter comes out or something. And then they're like, I've seen the error of my ways. And it's like, could you help someone? You know, it would be nice if you could be empathetic to people who have children, even if you don't have children. Or, you know, people who are gay, even if you're not gay. Or if you don't have relatives who are. So that it makes me feel a little bit that way when we're talking about this in regards to something like that with Sam. And so that kind of provincialism, I think, is something which Tolkien describes beautifully. But I'm a big Sam fan, obviously, and all that. But that's something I always point out to my students. It's that Sam is not blameless in what happens with Gollum. Okay. And you got... Yeah, that's right. But yeah, so thank you, Bernard. Yeah, no, I think you have everything other than the things you could get, like, as I say, Third Sign. You might be able to pick up a used copy somewhere. I don't have any more copies myself, except my own personal copies, obviously. I don't think... There are PDF versions of my academic stuff. You can also get on Kindle probably a lot of my short stories, like a lot of the Origins anthologies. I know the Mystery anthology, which is published by Down and Out Books, that has a Kindle edition. A lot of this is linked on my author page on Amazon as well. So, just got back from celebrating your sister's dog's 7th birthday. Happy birthday to your sister's dog. What kind of dog, Polar? Going to play the Gollum game when it comes out. Possibly. I need to find out more about it, Lego. I need to see more of what they're doing. Maybe is the answer to that. I really don't want them to make Gollum into a caricature. It's very hard to deal with. Gollum is easily the most complex character Tolkien ever wrote, I think, but with ease. And I really don't want him to get sort of like, let's do it all, Andy. Oh, precious. Like, Andy Serkis is brilliant, but if you try to parody Andy Serkis or do him badly, it turns into parody. That's a huge mistake, so it depends. Including some liberals. Yeah, very few, though, Miranda. There are some on the very far left who are like that, yes. But the overwhelming majority, the left tends to have a broader perspective that is driven by the notion of science and technology, and which is driven by the idea of taking all the facts, but is also driven by empathy. The religious left is like this as well. And if you compare, for example, the religious left and the religious right, there's no comparison in terms of who has sympathy more for the other side. But I don't want to get too much into that right now, but yeah. The Hogwarts RPG. That's true, Coven, that's right. And that's why it's hard. Tolkien would have said the Lord moves in strange and mysterious ways, so... Yes, although you could argue, Rock God, that Doctor Doom is actually just trying to do stuff to restore order. Doctor Doom would argue that he's not. He actually is lawful. Doctor Doom is the definition of D&D's lawful evil, right? He really doesn't want to just, like, anarchy. He doesn't want anarchy. He doesn't want to see the world burn. He just thinks he's the only one who can bring order to it. Now, he's wrong, and he's a dictator and whatever, but he's not an insano psychopath. Like our most recent president, you know? Mixed sister insists that she is border collie lab mixed, mostly pit bull with those mixed in. Oh, I see, Polar. My Lilo was a bull terrier mix, so I was interested. Okay, it has been so long, I don't even remember what the hell people said. They said, wait, adjust. Okay, everyone said to wait. Sorry about that, everybody. No, I totally get what you mean, yeah. I do. And that scene, actually, with Magneto, in particular Magneto, that scene with Magneto, and there's many others. Grendel in the Grendel book is an incredible, one of my favorite villains, etc. Magneto in the X-Men reboot movie, not the reboot, but the I shouldn't say that. The X-Men movie, the Bryan Singer one, right? Which I still, for my money, is maybe the best one. That scene with Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen, just get these two amazing actors together. That scene where the two of them are in the hallway of Congress, and Magneto is doing this whole thing where he's like, "What are you doing in there, Charles?" Because he could feel like, and Xavier's like, "Looking for hope," right? That scene is such a brilliant, like, you know, what is said and not said, and like so much layering and depth to it, because you can see why Magneto ends up the way that he does. The opening sequence of that movie, which is one of the most powerful opening scenes you're likely to see in a superhero film, by the way, it really gives you a sense of how he becomes that way. So, David Annandale. Oh, really? That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. I know David Annandale. Sure. That's really cool. Right. The best villains are those that have good intentions but fall into evil to reach them. That's right. The best villains are also those, in my view, whose real sin, if you will, is the narrowness of perspective that they have. Because the problem is that evil is almost never able to think outside of itself, right? Good, when it's done properly, thinks about many different people and creatures and whatever, depending on your universe, as being creatures that can help become part of a community, that are worth saving, first of all, in and of themselves, that are worth preserving, that have inherent value, but also that can be allies in the greater fight against evil. And evil itself almost never sees things this way. Evil always defines power along an extremely narrow axis. And I think that the most interesting villains then are the ones that there are none so blind as those who will not see, right, as the saying goes. And I think some of the most interesting villains are the ones who do not understand the full perspective, the full range of what's in front of them. And it's because of that they do what they do, because they lack perspective. So, yeah. The harrowing of doom. Right, they won't know, and they choose not to know. Configuration Queen. Anyone who's familiar, I'm sorry that we're taking so long, but you guys got me off on an interesting tangent. The situation that we run into with The Last Unicorn, right? In The Last Unicorn, the biggest sin in that book is willful ignorance. That is what the Red Bull, and if you haven't read The Last Unicorn, by the way, you need to go do it. That is what the Red Bull represents. The Red Bull is this willful ignorance. Its raging ignorance fills the sky. And that's the thing that makes it far worse. It's the unwillingness, the I'm just trying to live life here. I'm just putting my head down. I just want you to play sports and not talk politics. Just shut up and dribble, LeBron. Don't kneel in front of the flag, Colin Kaepernick. Just throw a football. Don't bother me with other things. I just want to do my thing. That willful ignorance is worse. And it was worse not only in the mind of Peter Beagle, it was also worse in the mind of someone like George Orwell in Animal Farm, whose contempt was saved for the intellectuals who should have known better and just didn't want to do anything because they were cynical, because they're like, whatever. And that's Benjamin the Donkey, who's just like, I've seen a lot. I've seen things, but doesn't actually do anything. That was who George Orwell saved his contempt for. Those who were either willfully ignorant or know better but do what they want to do anyway. So, yes, true. And he wrote the screenplay, of course, for the animated film version. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Christopher Plummer passed away. He was 91. What a shame. Yeah, he was a wonderful actor. Amazing, obviously. I always remember him most in Star Trek VI. As General Chang. He's amazing in that. But I also teach The Tempest in my Shakespeare class. I use a version that he did, a Toronto version, where he plays Prospero. He's great. Plummer is great. He's great. Like, he was a great actor, and that was very sad. It was very sad to see him go. Okay, we're going to wait, finally. You hold back, waiting for your eyes to adjust. Slowly details filter in. You are standing at the base of a gigantic tree. By the girth, it must be at least 500 years old. A wooden staircase winds around the trunk and disappears into the canopy. Okay, I'm going to look at the tree. The tree is wider than your outstretched arms and has thick branches and leaves despite the dark. Somewhere up above you spy a metallic glint. Time to explore. Okay. Climb up. You climb the spiraling wooden stairs, picking your way through and over branches. Someone has carved something into the bark of the tree here. You regard the carving with some interest. It's triangle formed from 3 stars. A spell. Using your spellbook as a reference, you match the stars in the carving to those you know until you have the spell memorized. This is the SSS spell, though from what you can make out of its alignment it would need a focus to work. A ring most likely with a curious coiled fashion, snake-like. That was the SSS spell that we tried to cast before when we were fighting the Moon Serpent that was an unknown spell, but it said we didn't have the thing for focus, so we need something for it. Staircase passes through a split in the trunk before it reaches the top. I want to take a look at that quickly. This spell enables the caster... Ooh, hold on. It requires a serpent ring. This spell enables the caster to force information from serpents. Ooh. That chat right there. So we use this to gather information from the serpents before killing them. That's pretty sweet. We need to get a serpent ring. That is a priority. That would be hugely helpful. Yeah, he was the main Greybeard in Skyrim. Yep. Yep. No, Plummer was a good actor. He actually did some stuff in several games and stuff like that. And you know a guy that he always reminds me of, and I don't know why, is Max von Sydow. I have no idea why, but there's something about Plummer that always puts him in the same category. Like, I'm always like, oh yeah. But yeah, Plummer. Obviously, we lost Sean Connery recently. Ian Holm we lost recently. It's been rough, you know. Knock on wood for Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart, because, you know, it's gonna be really hard when we lose those people. Gives us parcel tongue. Yeah, I don't know. You emerge onto a stone walkway built in a ring that allows the tree to grow through. Resting on its branches is a brass contraption much like those you have already seen, its gears and bearing carefully enmeshed between the limbs of the tree. As the leaves gust back and forth, something else brass glints from within. Okay, I'm going to look at everything. You reach out to bend in the branch from which the gleam is coming. It is a ring slipped over the tip of the branch. The wood has grown into the metal somewhat, suggesting the ring was placed here when the tree was somewhat younger. Be a serpent ring. Be a serpent ring. You stand on tiptoes to peer at the ring. It has some kind of marking, but you cannot quite make it out. Chat, do we take the ring or leave it? Chat, take the ring. Take the ring. The ring. Yeah, exactly, Triffid. Yeah, David Prowse too. Yep. Yep. I've been watching a lot again of the of my favorite 80s show, The Equalizer, with Edward Woodward. And of course, I've talked about a lot on the channel over the last month and a half or so, 2 months, of me being into Callan, which is all of the shows of which are available now. Pretty much all of them are available on YouTube. It was a late 60s, early 70s BBC. No, not BBC, sorry. Thames, a competitor to the BBC, with Edward Woodward. And it's great. I mean, it's secret agent stuff, which is stuff I like anyway. But Woodward is so good as the world-weary Cold War agent. It's just great. I'm actually up to the last 3 of season 4, which is the end of it. Season 4. There was like one reunion movie in the 70s, which was basically like a remake of the first episode, which I haven't seen, but I gather was fine. And then there was one movie in the 80s, which everyone said was pretty bad. And then that was all for Callan. But it's great. Like, just... What's up, Stalio? Loot! My precious, keep it secret, keep it safe. Everyone wants to take it, gimme. Okay. Yeah, Larry King, Alex Trebek. Yeah, I know. But I mean, but those others I was thinking about because of the quality of their acting in particular. All right. You try to work the ring back up the branch, but it is too firmly ingrown and you cannot get it to move at all. Okay, chat, do we break the branch? Do we break it? That's the name of the American accountant mismanaging Manchester United. No, like Edward Woodward The great Edward Woodward. Ed Woodward can't hold a candle to Edward Woodward. We break it with gusto. Snappity snap. Okay, break, break, break. Everyone's on board with breaking? Breaker, breaker. Okay. Sounds like chat. Break, okay. Break the branch. The word is still alive, so breaking it is hard work, but in the end, the branch gives, snapping violently in two. The ring pings off the end and disappears into the nearby trees. Damn it. All right, we're going to need to get that ring. I just want to be clear. Let's not forget about the ring, okay? Should I climb down? I'm going to climb down. Let's go get this thing. Look for the dropped ring. Undergrowth here is quite thick. Despite thrashing at the bushes, you cannot see any hint of the ring that fell from the tower. It may not even have fallen this close to the tower base, so is most likely at the bottom of the pool by now. Create a force field. Zen. Force field is the only spell we would cast, which seems pretty useless. That's funny, Wibble. Let me just see whether we can, like... I don't know. We'll look for the ring in the daylight, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Well... Wait. Cancel. Because what we could also do is we could wait. I just rewound it because back up to the top. We could also wait, guys, until the morning, and it might be easier to see this ring. Because I imagine once we set this beacon going, we're probably going to want to, like, sleep up here anyway. So we might as well just rest, right? And leave it as it is, and then tomorrow we can, like, go find it at the end. You know what I'm saying? So I think we should probably leave it for now. Push to the edge of the tower, peer through the leaves. Looking west, the sharp mountains rise almost immediately, obscuring the view. The forest grows in all of the directions. Yeah, pretty much, Lego. Until its southern edge where the land becomes a dusty plain once more. The sight of the towering horns of Okalala sinks your heart a little. They are sharp peaks scoured by rains and wind and are most likely quite impassable to all but the strongest of birds. Hold on a second. Test 1, 2. I'm getting this weird, like... Test 2, 3, 4. Check 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Getting this weird, like, balance thing. I'm going to have to check it later on. Something feels wrong, like I'm not... Test 2, 2, test 1, 2, 2. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting some weird, like... Like I'm only... Yeah, I sound okay? I don't know. I'm getting this weird thing where I'm hearing more out of my left headphone. I don't think it's the headphones. I don't know. Anyway, I'll figure it out. Okay, scan the forest. I'll do it after stream. Scanning the tree line of the forest, you note a few stone pillars jutting from between the trees. Ruins of something much larger that once stood to the north. Yeah, that's that arch. You lower your eyes from your view once more. The cylinder is similar to the one you saw earlier. All right, chat. Time to activate the beacon. Push aside the branches to reach the blue crystal at the base of the beacon, and the beam of light blossoms into life. Okay. So a thriving metropolis. Ooh, does that... How far does that beacon go, I wonder? Let me just double check something. I do too. You adjust the contraption's position and focus carefully, watching the land shift and change under its light as you make your adjustments. Finally satisfied, you set the lantern into one of the crenellations of the turret and step back. Where the light touches you, you feel suddenly much better. Check out her stamina. 16 out of 18. $16 out of 18, baby. See, if we could get this thing... This is what we need to do, chat. If we can get this thing down here, like focused, this thing focused down here, that would turn this into a beacon. And then if we can turn that into a beacon, that would then mean that we could use that to, like, basically open up this part of the land, essentially. Yeah. And then we got this beacon. Yeah. A moment later, you are tumbling downwards from the sky, the wind rushing past your face. You are certain to shatter into 1,000 pieces, and then suddenly you are on the ground once more. You find yourself on top of the wooden platform once again, high in the branches of the tower tree. Set into the floor here is a bearing track on which a brass cylinder rests. A blue cylinder is set into its length. Takes a moment for you to regain your breath. Incredible. Okay, let's adjust here again. I think we can do it. It does. Look. That does it. That clearly does it. So... that would then allow us to go back here. Now, the only problem is... yeah, it is. It's a powerful beacon. I wonder if they get more powerful because we've activated one already, so that means 2 of them are now usable. I don't know. But, so here's the thing, though. How do we get back? Because this thing was, like, completely impassable. Do we go back over here? And then, like... because we can use this to reactivate the bridge. And then that will get us over the bridge, but that doesn't do anything... like in terms of this. We need this to be shining here. Once we get back to this, we could then use this to like see across the land and then finally activate that bridge and then take the bridge all the way over to here, right? But before we do any of that, we have to get back over to here to make that happen. So I think the only way to do it is probably to go down in this direction. So basically leave the beacon like this, right? Go south, hit up this village down here, whatever. Go to here, maybe activate this also. I don't know, like activate this way and see if this does anything, like whatever this thing is down here. Then cut back over, go over, cross over the bridge, use this so that this is active up here. No, remember Coven, I don't know if you were here for that. I tried to do that like over and over again, but the problem is that you can activate it, but you can't do that and also activate the bridge. That's the problem. You can't do both. So the only way to get across this was the bridge, and the only way for the bridge to be in normal effect was for this to be focused. I thought that maybe I could make them count for both, that I could like zoom it a little bit, but it wasn't quite enough to make this come back to life at the same time that this was. So either I would have had to activate the bridge, or I would have had to activate this, but not both. See, with this being here, this means that this allows me to basically, I could even use this to activate not only the village, but like I said, this bridge back here. You know? So I can do that for sure. And then there's this thing over here that hasn't been talked about. And there's one more beacon here. Actually, one more here and here. So... Yeah, so I mean, I don't think that there's anything particularly down here that's that important. I think the question is, can we actually use this now? Because I don't see any obvious paths leading up there. At least I don't think there is, although... Yeah, I don't see how I can do both this bridge and that with the same beacon. I don't think so. I think the only way to do this is to... But I think clearly this is supposed to go here. And by putting this here, this makes this beacon accessible for later ones. So I think that works. And then we know that we can't get over this way unless there's something in this cave maybe. Like maybe this is a tunnel or something. But other than that, we know there's no other way to get there. The only other thing I can think of is going this way, because this does look like there is a path. There's this right here, right? Which looks like it has a path leading up here, and then a path leading down this way. So... You talk about here? Is that the Ring of Stones? Maybe. Could be. Or actually, this looks like this could be the Ring of Stones. And this one, see, the thing is, we don't need the village. We don't need this beacon to activate this because we can get down here. I would bet that this thing is not going to be powerful enough to get all the way over here. I'm almost positive this beacon is supposed to go this way, at least to begin with, because that makes everything here work. So I think what we have to do is we got to leave here. Once we do leave here, we got to leave here and head south. That's what I would say. That's so awesome. 16 out of 18 stamina. And we didn't pray to Korga. We have Korga in the bank. We don't have any food because we ate a mushroom. But, you know. That's what I want to do, but we can't rest unless it gives us the option. There is only one way back, across the pool to the northwest. The trees southwest are too thick to push through. Mushrooms are still food. Well, yes, that's certainly true. I wonder if this beacon... You know what I'm wondering, chat? I wonder if this beacon, if we focused it this way, right? I wonder if this beacon focused this way would cause this area to be young again, right? And that means the tree is smaller, which means the ring on the tree is going to be able to be gotten off of the branch without having to break it and lose it. You know? I wonder if that's it. Like, you go down here, because this, I bet, can hit this. This is long enough. If you look at how long this is, if I were aiming this south, this would hit this easily. So I wonder if this, if we go down here, we deal with this business, whatever this is down here, pick this up, we go shine it back up this way, go back up, get the ring, that's the serpent ring. I mean, it's a lot of back and forth, but... And the other thing that might do is it might mean then that we would have access to the bridge to get there, is my guess. But anyway. You have no choice but to swim. The water is cold, and by the time you reach the other side, you are bedraggled. The water of the pool laps gently at the dirt shore. Yeah, these are all the same... These are all the same things we had before. So I'm not going to bother to go through this. We already did this. You must reach O'Clock on the road to Lower Zaman. Every passing day makes danger. Alright, so, chat, if you're in agreement with me about this, about doing what I suggested, if that sounds right to you, then the obvious path at that point is to go west. And I have to wrap up pretty soon. So what I want to do is go west, and then, if you folks are amenable to this, go south along this path, Because if we do those two things, west and south, then we'll know where we're headed next time. And yeah, you're right. We have no rations. Well, the last time we tried to get food, we ended up taking a very bad trip, Configuration Queen. And I don't mean in a car. Know what I'm saying? But is that okay with chat? Like going west and then going south? And I'm only doing this to like make sure that we don't forget what we're doing. I love this map. I absolutely adore this. This is so cool. I really hope that it's true, because if this is really what it is, that this allows you to use that allows you to open up the village, allows you to shine the bridge, this allows you to shine, get the serpent ring. I really hope. That would be so cool. All right. Anyway, we'll see. Okay. You trace what might be a path, what might be an old river, through the trees of the forest. Another night begins. You need to rest, especially after so much walking on an empty stomach. At least we got 16 out of 18 stamina, though. Got some big stamina. Something prowls close at hand. Suddenly you catch a pair of eyes in a low bush. All right, chat, do we look at the eyes or do we move away fast? Look at the eyes or move away fast? Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Look. It's your boy Flanker again? Yeah, maybe. The eyes are narrow, with thin vertical pupils and orange irises. A moment later, another pair of eyes appears, followed slowly by a body. These creatures are becoming visible as you watch. Snaticats. Aw, Snaticats. I love this. This is from the original book. I love that they didn't even try to remaster it or make it like change the color of the page. Like, they really just kept the charm of the original picture. I love that for those drawings. Okay, so do we look at them? Keep walking. Or freeze. At least I feel like whatever happens, we're not going to lose like 16 stamina to go. I would not have wanted to face these people at 8 stamina or when we were at 1 stamina. Freeze. Hello, can you go? Look at them. Look at you. All right, last call. All right, freeze. You stop still, hoping the creatures have not noticed you, though they surely hunt by smell. One of the creatures steps out of the bushes to stand in front of you, then vanishes. Oh yeah, Lego? Yeah, we were just digging out from under a big blizzard on Tuesday. Although since then the weather's been the weather, even snow tubing today was not particularly super cold, so it's been melting, which is definitely helping cut down on the amount of shoveling I had to do later on anyway. All right, do we listen? Do we look around for the invisible things, or do we run? It's Echo Alpha X5. What's up, Echo? I was talking about you earlier, Echo, with you and the rest of the Shadow crew for next Wednesday's Community D&D. We now have 3 of the 4 Community D&D Shadow crew members here. So yes, do we listen, look around, or do we run? Yep, we were. And I run so far away. Sorry, second. One second. I want to check something here. That's pretty close, actually. I'm going to look at... It's like, your face. I must focus on your face. Come on, damn it. Come on. Here, fine. Okay. Yeah, that seems better. I was trying to get something that was... Before I had something that was too warm, and I changed it around, but I still have some playing around to do with white balance and stuff like that. So, anyway. I was curious about how that was all going to look. Okay. So, it looks like we got... Last call, last call. All right, listen. You listen. Footsteps across the leaves and branches cannot be disguised. The cats are pacing towards you. All right. So, do we run for it? Draw our sword. Or cast one of the following. They might be food. Yeah, that... Okay, let's see what spells we have available to cast. Yeah, I can. This is what I was trying to do, but the problem is the menu is a little confusing to me. Okay, this is right. This is the thing. Sorry, chat. Just give me 1 second. So... Well, I can... Right now, I'm just changing, like, white balance hue. So, like... How does that look? Oh, why did you go away? Why did you go away? And that looks more... That looks right. Is that too cold, though? Because I feel like it's a little warmer in here than that. I really hate it when they, like, they just don't take away the thing. Well, that's way too warm, obviously. Okay. Here we go. So... So, like, right now... Let me go back. So, okay, so ambience priority. Yeah, not necessarily, but it's helpful to get, like... All right, Rock God, give me your considered opinion here. Too reddish still? And then I got to finish what these things are that we're doing, but... Well, I want it to be awesome. I don't want it to be reasonable. I mean, I'm glad it's reasonable, but I want it to be awesome is what I want. I want it to look like chef's kiss. That's what I want. Did I lose you, Rock God? Looks a touch warm. Oh. Okay. How about that? Is that... That's good? Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for adjusting. Good. Okay. All right, good. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. It helps to have an expert in photography help me out when I'm trying to make sure I'm getting the right feel for one of these. Okay, let's finish up with this. So here are the things that we could cast against these Snaticats. Rock, we could turn them to stone. We do have stone dust. We could create a force field. It takes 3 stamina, but we've got 16 stamina now, so we're all right now spell wise. Like, and we could absorb that. Create glue, but we don't actually have a vial of glue, so we can't do that. Gak causes fear. That's before that freaking kid ended up stealing it from us. That doesn't work. Okay, so it's G. Cast far. It seems like a weird. Seems like a weird time to start like doing crystal ball stuff, but you know. Okay, so there we go. Here we go, chat. Okay, here we go. So run for it. Do we draw our sword? Do we cast rock? Oh, that's interesting. An 18% gray card? I don't know. I would, like, what's the function, though, that auto finds the right white balance? I'll have to look at it and see. I mean, I really want the camera to be, like... And I'm getting happy... Again, I loved the camera when I first got it, and I'm just getting happier and happier with it the more I tweak it and adjust it to make it look like, you know... It's pretty awesome. Like, I feel really good about the way it looks, and so I just want to make sure that's looking pristine. So yes, so do we run for it, do we draw a sword, or we could cast Rock, which would turn them into stone. That could be useful. We could cast Foff, which would create a force field. Also very useful. I don't really understand why cast Far would do anything. Like, I mean, I guess we could see the future while we're being eaten by Snaticats. But to me, it's one of those other ones. So Rock doesn't cost us any stamina. Force Field obviously is useful. And we could run for it, although, I don't know, it's going to be hard, I think, to escape them. But we could do that. Or draw our sword. Yeah, I'll take a look at that, Rock God. Thank you. That's helpful. Because this is a camera that is like absolutely capable of doing actual vlog and video stuff if I ever choose to do any of those on the channel, like on the on my YouTube channel. And so that's another thing that'll be helpful. Of course, then I'll get to the new place and I'll have to readjust everything again, but you know, that's fine. All right, I have 1 vote each for run for it, draw a sword, and cast Foff. Let's do this last bit, folks, and then they'll be at. It is a Canon M200. It's a Canon M200 with a 15-45mm lens, which is the kit lens that came with it. And yeah, it's got a clean HDMI, and I've been uses a dummy battery, obviously, that I got, and it's been working absolutely flawlessly. And so, yeah, very happy with it. And this is the exact use case. Like, I could see myself doing some vlogging with it. Maybe, like, I could see myself doing... Well, a lot of that I would probably do with my phone because it'd be tied into Twitch. But if I was just recording a video, I could see myself doing that. Getting another lens down the line, maybe. You know, I could see it, like... But this what I'm using it for right now is the main use case. All right, so people here are like, hey, let's, you know... You shoot with Nikon? Ah. Yeah, the big choice is on the streaming front. When people do the mirrorless or the DSLR ones, unless you get up to like the super expensive ones, the ones that people tended to use are the Sony A6100, which was all like $600-700 and up, or one of the Canons. And they had a couple of different ones, but it's just, I talked about this before. The difference between... Oops, wait a second. Oh, I think I have it right. Yeah, the difference between that, where you can see, like, now, granted, it's also washed out. Like, normally I would not have the light panel on for this. So it'd be more like that, but still, right? So the difference between that and that is just like, is just startling. So, like, the Sony, yeah. Yep, no, I've heard good things about them too. Okay, we're gonna run for it. Okay. You waste no time, but turn and start running across the mud, until suddenly you trip and go flying. You've been unlucky and found a 5th Snaticat who is lying on the path. The creature swipes at you. You have no choice but to draw your sword. That's bad. Snaticat seems to note where you are, then shuts its eyes and disappears from view. You take a risk and charge headlong just as it reappears in mid-leap. You stumble backwards as fast as you can, but you cannot move quickly enough. It takes a piece from your arm. Blood streams from your arm into the dirt. I'm going to have to redo this combat. Snaticat rears back from nowhere and swipes you like a bear. You put all your strength into a swing of your sword, hoping to finish the monster in a stroke. The blade connects. It twists and hisses at you. Fades from view as it turns about on the spot. Snaticat appears just long enough to bat at you as though you were a toy. You react on instinct, dodging behind a tree for cover. You are shaken but mostly unharmed. Oh, man. Alright. Blade sinks deep. Shuts its eyes. Okay. Damn it. These guys suck to fight. I don't know, guys. I think maybe casting a spell might help against this thing. This is bad. Very, very bad. I'm getting absolutely smoked. We are dead. $15 stamina lost. Now, how about we don't do that? Alright, good start. Defend. Defend. Okay. Okay. Oh, it went great, Echo. It went really, really well. Not only was it a great session just in general, but we got a ton of subs. Burner did this again tonight. Gave a ton of subs tonight. Did a bunch on Tuesday. Rudenel did some. Triffid did one or two. There, it was great. It was a great session. It was great. Great turnout too. It was good. Nice. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. It was stupid. It's just really rough. Hey, with the resub. Thank you, Lego. Thank you for the prime sub. I appreciate it, Lego. Thank you, thank you. Five stamina is a lot better than 14. I don't know, chat. Do we fight the next or do we back away? I really think we may end up needing to rewind and actually do this with spells. I was hoping to get past this and just head south. Not get ambushed by... Back away. Right, that's right. I forgot, Triffid. There was a level 5 hype train. We got the hype emotes. And yeah, but it's not going to let us use spells. I mean, unless we rewind to the very beginning of the fight, and then yes, we can absolutely use spells. For sure. But... Alright, let's try backing away then. You back away slowly, and the creatures watch you with their bright orange eyes, but they do not follow. One by one, they disappear from view as you enter the trees. The trees are alive with movement. Okay. We found a new clue. What was the clue? Snaticats are invisible. That's a great clue. All right, well... I don't know, chat. Do we rewind? So, do we... Two options. One is that we go south, and as soon as we go south, that's going to be the last thing, and we're going to stop. Yeah, no, I was unclear about that. That's one option. One option is we just go south and we say, okay, we took 5 damage, but we survived. That's possible. Or we could cast. We could do the casting force field, which would take 3 stamina, and I hope would block them. Or try to turn them into stone with rock. Or I don't know. I mean, I feel like I don't know. I'm not sure. Do we rewind just to do that particular situation over again? I don't think I'm going to do better in the fight, frankly. Maybe I would do well enough that I could get 4 stamina loss instead of 5. But they're tough. Because of the way that they fight. So, keep going, rewind, keep going south. Yeah, should we, tell me in chat. I think I'd rather go south and be like, you know what, we're fine. We started this session with 3 stamina. At one point we were down to 1 stamina. So if we end up at 11 stamina, and, having gotten more clues, having defeated a serpent, and with his beacon set. Yeah. Alright. I don't know what I just did there, but odd way to travel, but okay. Things move in the canopy all around you. A little light glows in the east. Underfoot, the earth has been churned to mud, and you notice the branches either side of this root are broken. You check the stem of one of the broken branches. It has not been cut with a blade, but rather has been torn apart as though by something stampeding through. You pause to check the mud. Sure enough, you quickly find a sign, a paw print at least twice the size of your palm. Suddenly, there is a cracking in the bushes to your right, and you turn to see the towering shape of a wild bear. Well, crap. Well... Goodness. Maybe this is a good spot to stop. Maybe this is a good spot to stop, and we will reconvene here next Friday with this game and try to figure out how we deal with the bear. Maybe that's how we do these things. Oh man, that's funny. All right, yeah, things have turned poorly. Still, we're going to have to deal with that. No Espergenesis tonight. Nope. Tonight was this. Espergenesis got pushed back to 2 weeks from now and 3 weeks from now. We're still going to get 2 sessions in of it. We're still going to get 2 sessions in of Palace of Red Pasha. The only thing that's not going to be 2 sessions is Soundclash. Soundclash only has 1 session this month. But otherwise, everything else is pretty much as it's supposed to be. So, yeah. Right before a fight is a good cliffhanger. Well, it started really poorly. It became awesome. And now it's just, we don't know. Right now it's just up in the air. But this was great, chat. Actually, I really I'm having so much fun with this game, and it was cool. And we actually made some good progress, I think. If we can get through this fight that we're in the middle of now, and we can keep heading south and stumble out of the forest with double digits, at least on stamina, that would put us in pretty good position. Then we go to the village. We try to set the beacon up to shine it back up towards the other tower. We go up and get the serpent ring. Then every time we get the serpent, we can force the serpents to give us information, which will hopefully help us get the other serpents. Then once we have that done, we can head west to be able to get back over the mountains to go back to that beacon that's on the northwestern side, open up that whole area of the map in terms of stuff that's been done before, and then hopefully we'll have gathered enough of the serpents together and enough clues that we will then be able to have enough opened up that we can head east all the way to Lake Oklala and all that kind of stuff. So that's the deal. That is the drill. But But that's going to, yeah, so it was fun. It was a great time. I really had fun. I hope you folks did as well. But that is going to do it for me for this evening. If you liked what you saw and heard, you folks know what to do. Please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube with exclamation point ArvTube, the Discord with exclamation point ArvCord. On the YouTube, by the way, please, man, if you can, try to sub to me over there. I'm trying to get that up to 1,000 subscribers if I can, so that that channel can be monetized, so that if anything ever goes wrong with Twitch, not that I'm expecting it, but just if it does, we can always head over there and have that as a place to stream if need be. So I'm making contingency plans just in case anything were to happen. Although I still plan to be on Twitch for the foreseeable future. In any case, so if you can sub over to me over there, that would be lovely. Otherwise, you can check out my past broadcast there. Exclamation point ArvCord for the Discord channel, and exclamation point ArvTweets for my Twitter. The website for all of that is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, exclamation point ArvShop is my merchandise area, where you can get a bunch of stuff for the Infinity and Beyond crew and the Adventures of Middle-earth crew, and hopefully soon to be Esper Genesis stuff there as well. Exclamation point Arvtreon is right there. 21 patrons, 233 per month. That's moving in the right direction again, and we would like to keep that going further north as much as we can. So any support people can give there is much appreciated. And we've got also good stuff for you as well as good stuff for the channel. And we've got, of course, the sub button, which many people have used tonight, and in particular, Burner hit a bunch of times. We had Lego with a resub. We had a couple of other folks with resubs as well. And then we had Burner, who just went nuts and dropped the 20 sub bomb on everybody, and it was amazing and awesome. So thank you again to Burner for that, and to all the new subscribers, welcome. I hope you enjoy the emotes, and yeah, if you support at a high enough tier, you can also get inspirations to help the players and all that kind of good stuff. Finally, on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. More information coming about Athos very soon. Exclamation point Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. I wish I had more news for you about that, but it's the same as it was last stream and last week, which is it's sitting in customs, and until it gets out of customs, there's not a whole lot that I can do about it. So I'm freaking, let's go with the customs. I want the freaking thing out there as soon as possible. So it's annoying, but hopefully soon. But what was I saying? So anyway, yes, that is the but the print version of that is coming soon, but the Drive-Thru RPG PDF version, the digital version, has been out for months, and you can pick that up now, and then the print version is on its way. I swear, I can't wait to hold it in my hot little hands. It's going to be awesome. And then exclamation point Greyshade KS is my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is the Greyshade Kickstarter, which is my big project coming up that is going to be launching in mid-March. Looks like the 15th or 16th of March is the plan as of right now. I had a big talk a few days ago with the people running that Kickstarter. We have art coming in and all this other stuff, so I'm very excited about that, and I'll be able to give you even more details about that over the next couple of weeks. But basically, mid-March, mark your calendars, is when we're looking at for the Greyshade Kickstarter. Finally, of course, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, which of course is important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, especially now. There are resources, information that you can get, political advocacy, stuff like that. All of that matters. And of course, exclamation point help now is the World Health Organization suicide prevention page, which is really important in a time where the vaccines are beginning to make progress, where we're starting to maybe see a light at the end of the tunnel. This is the time when we all have to be especially careful, really band together, and reach out to each other when we need help, and also reach out to others when it seems like they need help. That's what a community does. That's what we try to do in our community, and I hope it's something that we can model for other communities and other people in other walks of life as well. So please reach out to people with exclamation point help now. We'll give you information about how to do that. Otherwise, schedule-wise, I will be back Saturday at 7 p.m. for Palace of the Red Pasha. We will have more of this game next Friday, right here, same bat time, same bat channel. Sunday is, this Sunday we've got going on, I don't actually think we have anything this Sunday, but there is a possibility, maybe, there's a chance I might do a little bit of Intellivision coming soon. I've been able to capture some of that, so I might do a bonus stream for you all. We will see. But otherwise, everything should be updated on the calendar, and you should be able to see that information. Only thing I have to do now is to do the Patreon newsletter, which I'm going to be doing probably on Sunday. I want to thank everyone for being here and being awesome and being amazing. And we are going to do a raid. The raids are real simple. If you are not a sub, you are going to do this, which is the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, or lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Get Hype, Arvany Hype, Twitch raid, Arvany Roar, and Arvany Smug, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe. All of those Arvanys would be very much appreciated. So please consider jumping on board with our raid, and when you are brought over there, auto magically. I want to thank the amazing mods today for all their amazing work. Dragon Spear, Jedi Burner, Lego Freak, Rock God, and Triffany Mats. Special thanks to Lego Freak for the resub, to Rock God for the resub, and special thanks to Burner for the incredible 20 sub bomb. My God. Thanks for being awesome, dude. I appreciate it. Again, thank you so much. Thank you as well, and to Triffany Mats, I think I said. So thank you to all of those lovely folks. Thank you as well to Dragon Spear, Jedi Burner, Lego Freak, Rock God, Triffany Mats, Echo Alpha, Gon, Galadriel Bot, Marinda, Mrs. Dunsel, for all being subscribers, whether gifted or otherwise. And thank you to my Patreon supporters as well within that group. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to my viewers, another TT viewer who is totally not a bot. Thank you to Bible Thumps, to Carbo14XYZ. Thank you to Commander Root, to Dinu, Gigafrost. Thank you to Ms. Lenti. Thank you to Porquito Show. What's up, Porquitos? Thank you to Saddest Kitty, Stalio. Thank you to Tanon. Thank you to Tauntoms, U Christensen, VNK, Virgo Praz, and of course, Wibble. Thank you so much to all of you lovely folks. I'm going to rise up on out of here, and I'm going to see all of you wonderful people Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern for more Palace of the Red Pasha. Stick around now for the raid. Much love, everyone, and I'll see you folks all very soon. More Inkle Sorcery 3, of course, to come next week, but D&D coming later on Saturday. Everyone have a good night. Be good to each other. Talk to you soon. Bye for now. Huh?